All right, are we live now? I thought I wasn't. I thought I was live before, but maybe not. So I think this is working. If so, somebody can leave a comment. If not, we'll see how it goes. This is my first foray into this live streaming Grail Quest stuff. Um, so how I've always used social media, I was saying this before when I wasn't recording this, was I've always used it as kind of a intellectual diary. It's how I used to use Twitter back in the day when I was there. It's how I've used my YouTube channel. Basically any online social media stuff I use as just random things that I'm thinking about and ruminating on, a la Matthew Peugeot when he talked about rumination. Because that's how my mind works. I'm usually, when I'm not, uh, you know, overwhelmed or just in the throes of a lot of practical things, which is the bane of my existence. Not really, it's good for me, but I tend to think about all sorts of things, and I just sit there and I meditate, and well, it's not meditation, it's contemplation more so, and I just think about these ideas over and over and over. So that's what I'm doing here. Um, I've been thinking a lot about uh, consciousness lately, which I always am, and which I often do. Um, so there was the consciousness and conscience conference, and one of the in Thunder Bay with Peugeot, Vervaeke, and PVK, Paul Vanderklay, and the one aspect of that that I was kind of upset that wasn't more focused on. I mean, there wasn't a lot of conscience talk, but there also was not a lot of um, there was not there wasn't talk about the unconscious. And increasingly how I've thought about this, I should have drawn this out before I started talking, but it's really basic. I'll get something to illustrate this. Um, I was having this conversation, or I mentioned this the other day to, oops, to Joey, and um, and I was discussing this with him, but it's related to a few things. I'll maybe add this to the comments or to the YouTube or something if I can figure out how to do that later. But the unconscious is a huge part of what entails your consciousness. I would say it's the vast majority of it. And this is stuff I've been talking about for a long time in a multitude of different ways. But so one way to illustrate is I had a conversation with Cal, Jason, and Tyler, the plebistocrat. Uh, and whatever. If these are people you don't know, that's fine. But Tyler's brilliant, and he was illustrating this, and uh, so this image, he just showed this image. It's just a circle with, obviously the outside and the inside, and one way to think of the circle in a lot of ways is like it's the most basic and simple way that you can illustrate anything. Like in a sense, you can't get anything more fundamental than a circle. A circle contains unity, it contains multiplicity. Um, it's more than just a point. If a point is anything, if it actually has a referent, it's not just a point because there has to be an inside and an outside. There has to be a contrast. There has to be difference. There has to be the identity of identity and non-identity to even tell that a point is a point. Um, this gets into things that I've talked a lot about, but like base ontology, monism, dualism, Trinitarianism. But the point with this, where I want to focus, is consciousness, and and so there's a lot of things with this. Where I'm going to go is with this interview with Cormac McCarthy, where he talked about it, because I've been obsessed with Cormac McCarthy recently, and he was in this interview that he did recently because he just come out with this new book. It's got these two books, these twins, and um, and he had this interview where he's talking a lot about math. He's been obsessed with math for a long time, and the McCarthy Institute has a lot to do with math and physics. He's a former architect, but he's a big math nerd, interestingly enough, and obviously a brilliant author as well. And, and he was talking about, he was wondering for the longest time why the unconscious doesn't speak in language and why it doesn't communicate in a way that you can understand. And of course, this gets into like what is understanding, what is meaning. Uh, you know, I think of this book that I read in my book club last year, The Name of the Rose, Umberto Eco. Would a rose by any other name be any less sweet? What is in a name? And this gets into naming things and a lot. Owen Barfield, a lot of things that I love. But back to the circle. Sorry, I go all over the place. You could think of this in terms of consciousness, and what McCarthy said is if you take an evolutionary perspective on consciousness, the reason that the unconscious doesn't speak in language, one of the reasons is that it's so much older than language, than articulable language. Um, the unconscious has been around for a long, 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 long time, ever before we evolved language, if you want to take that view. Or, I mean, and you don't even have to take an evolutionary view. You could think of it in terms of just like an individual person's own growth as a baby, as a child. There's some kind of participation that we all have with each other, which is there's an awareness to it. This maybe touches on Vervaeke's, I think, four facets of consciousness, one of which was awareness from the consciousness in Congress thing, conscience thing. I don't remember, but there's a part of your awareness which isn't articulable. And Cormac illustrated, and he said it's so much older than your articulable consciousness. It makes me think a lot of Michael Polanyi, whom I'm also obsessed with. That he said that's he said is the modern myth. One of the myths of modernist understanding of knowledge is this conscious, articulable, propositional form of knowledge, which Polanyi would say is not true. And that touches on this unconscious thing. So the way that I think of consciousness, this is what I will say, is I will say everything outside of this circle, forgive my penmanship and my ugly writing, everything outside the circle is your unconscious, which includes the articulable part of your consciousness, which is nested and embedded in the unconscious. And so this gets at I don't know, intellectually, a lot of my beef with um, almost any intellectual conversation. It touches on aspects of my own personal journey of where I've ended up in the religious tradition that I've ended up. But I think you have to fundamentally understand this. If you don't understand this, you're going to be you will not save the appearances, as Owen Barfield was talking about, and you will constantly conflate and confuse in an absolutist, objectivist way the name of the thing named. You will confuse the representation with the unrepresented. The thing, the thing that is that includes but is beyond the name. Which is why this is why I talk about iconic thinking and that all of our language should be iconic, because if it ceases to be iconic, if it becomes objectivist language, what happens is it becomes a static, dead thing, and it loses its dynamism, its dance, its relationship with the outside, with the unconscious, with the transcendent, with the infinite. And so, I mean, you can talk about this in a myriad of ways. Infinite finite, right? The infinite is the unconscious. It's what, but it's always expressed and known in the articulable finite. But if you, so Peter, well, I'll go with how many things to bring in. I'll bring in Peter Rollins because I love Peter Rollins all the time. And Nate, forgive me. Nate and I we've been having this ongoing debate of whether or not Rollins' use and terminology of the lack, which is a big part of his whole project, if you know that um, he describes a lot of modern religion and religion in general as this and a lot of problems within humanity is this libidinal pursuit of the lack, and the lack is that which will make you whole and complete. And he said this is the psychoanalytically he describes that as the Satan, the stumbling block, the thing that um, promises promises wholeness, but in a way that will keep you perpetually broken and unsatisfied. And so, anyhow, we've had a debate about that, but an ongoing discussion, not a debate. Nate and I love each other. So, what I would say, so back to Cormac. I jump all over the place. Sorry, this is my stream of conscious. In this thing that I will link, this conversation that he has, he tries to illustrate it this way. Is he says anytime that you're talking with someone and you're going back and forth, he said you'll have this experience, and I find that so many people have this. I have this all the time. You'll have this experience where, um, feel free to jump in. Anybody who's listening, there's four, I think. Um, you'll have this experience of, um, maybe I have to put the link out, but of talking with someone, and then they'll ask you a question. They'll be like, what do you mean by this? And then you'll think like, okay, how to say it. So he said, what's happening there is you're illustrating this experience of there's something in your mind, something that's beyond currently, at least in your experience of it, is beyond articulation. You don't know how to say it, but you know it. You know what you're thinking about, but you don't know how to talk about it. That phenomenon really gets at the core of, I think, what's going on in the evolution of consciousness, in modernity, in the what I call the honest postmodern critiques of modernity. Although, I mean, you could really extrapolate that out. Um, and what's happening in our own consciousness is because what part of what is fundamentally consciousness is, and I would say anything that is real is a coincidence of opposites. Um, makes me think of a lot of Ian McGilchrist stuff. There's two things happening, and there's a dynamism between these. So you have this infinite unconscious, and you have this articulable consciousness. That is what your consciousness is. And so when you have an idea that you don't yet know how to name, this makes me think of Adam naming the animals too. You it's out here, and you're trying to bring it down. You're trying to bring heaven to earth. Um, and that's part of what is happening when you're naming something. The problem comes in is that what often happens is when the thing gets named, particularly when you start building systems and structure and formalization and confessions around the thing named, it loses its connection to this, to its life, to its vibrancy, to the it's kind of makes me think of the Petersonian death and rebirth of the Father. Like the father has to die and be born again in the son, or the cycles of the season. Anything that is alive involves this dynamism, this reciprocity. And so if you don't maintain this relationship with the unconscious, with the infinite, with the transcendent, the name becomes dead, and it's a dead word. I've called this a de-spirited word. You've taken And this is related to technology. I mean, this will get into like Marshall McLuhan, the medium is the message. Um, Written language. Um, I've often thought, and I've increasingly been convinced and convicted. I have increasing conviction about the fact that written language did this. When we move from an oral to a written based tradition, it lost a lot of its vibrancy because it was de-spirited. We lost the personal nature of language because everything is personal. I've said this, ad nauseum. Um, Everything is personal. Meaning is personal. Knowledge is personal. Relationships are personal because the person is what's fundamental. Christ is what's fundamental. Uh, Kind of playing off of the Jordan Daniel Wood, Nate, whole mystery of Christ conversation, Maximus the Confessor stuff. So, if you, what was I just saying? I derailed myself. Hey, what's up, Philip? Morning. Um, okay, what was I just talking about? Yeah, it loses its vibrancy. It becomes a de-spirited word, and so part of what's happening right now in I think the evolution of consciousness and with this quickening that's happening via YouTube and podcasts, I think is the despirited words that we use, the merely written conversation, think about people like blogging back and forth, doing what I call non-talking talking. Um, what has happened with long form conversation, particularly that's not monological, that's not just this, me talking to someone, which is why Nate and I were just talking about this last night a little bit, which is why it's better to have someone else involved in the conversation live, is because you have to actually talk to a person. You can't just talk to yourself. I think if you're a healthy integrated person, there's a way that you can talk to yourself. Jordan Peterson has said that. Thinking is a little bit of talking to yourself out loud. It's a dynamism within your own multiplicity. You could think of it that way. But when you write down a word, I don't think it has to be this way, but I think it has become this way in the modern consciousness. Is it loses the word comes down here and becomes this static, concretized thing that loses its connection to the life, which is the infinite, that to heaven, and it just becomes this dead thing. It becomes it drops down to the silent planet, to bring in Lewis's space trilogy. Um, and what these conversations have done, like the Joe Rogan experience or Jordan Peterson talking to people, and Jordan Peterson's good at doing this. He can do this somewhat monologically because I think he's a healthy enough person, but he's also had a lot of conversations. So these podcasts, what they're doing is it's really hard to use language that is static and dead and despirited when you're talking to someone live. It's really hard to caricature them or their positions or their ideas because you will interact with them or critique them or repeat back to them the thing that they're saying, and they'll be like, "That's not what I'm saying. No, you don't understand." And you have to relationally work that conversation, or else things devolve, and things go bad, and people don't like to be mischaracterized. I mean, it's the Kathy Newman thing, right? So what you're saying is, "No, that's not what I'm saying." And Jordan Peterson handled that really, really well. Um, it is very rare. I once I once heard, there was a conversation between and it's funny, this is my old Young, Restless, and Reformed days. There was a conversation between Tim Keller, Matt Chandler. I should try to remember all this stuff so I can put in links because this is on YouTube, and Michael Horton, I believe, when they were talking about how to have a good how to disagree, I think is the title of the conversation. And Tim Keller, who whatever, PBK, I'm mentioning Tim Keller. You should listen to this. Throw some throw some shine onto Grail Country, you hater. um, but Tim Keller said that one of the marks of having a good conversation is that you ought to be able to repeat back your interlocutor's position with whomever you're disagreeing. You ought to be able to repeat back to them their position in such a way that not only will they say, "Yeah, that's good. Like, I think I agree with that. That's what I'm trying to say." But they would almost say, like, "Man, you're saying it better. You're saying it better than I could even say it." Um, that's when you know you're getting close to proper communication because that's when you know you're moving into the realm of, here you go. You could also say it this way. I mean, this isn't completely right because the categories are wrong, but this is what I think the honest postmodern critique is. You could get in the realm of God, the transcendent God, and mammon. I mean, the whole thing is Christ. If we're gonna get into like, uh, Nate can talk about that more technically than me. But you you're no longer using language as a mammonistic transactional thing to win in a zero-sum competition game. You're no longer gaming language. You are participating in language, which is this, again, language. This is what language is. This is what consciousness is. It's a simultaneous reciprocity between the infinite and the finite, the transcendent, the immanent, um, you know, the unknown, the unconscious, and the known. Because the known always includes the unknown. The unknown is present in the known, but the known in and of itself does not include the unknown. That's probably another way to say it. All right, Philip, you said, who do you think you were talking to? This is a question I'm working on to have better conversations. I show it? Boom. Look at that. This is easy. This isn't hard to do. Um, yeah, no, for sure this takes practice. I made a video on my YouTube channel once. It was a live stream, I think, where I was trying to get this same point essentially, which was talk to persons, not avatars. Um, because that's the same thing. That's what I'm talking about here. This is an avatar, you know, the articulable, conscious, static thing. An avatar is a static thing. An icon is both of these. This is why I talk about iconic thinking. The everything is an icon. An icon's a person. An icon contains the infinite and the finite. And if we can get to the place where we can have intellectual conversations and our language, our definitions can become iconic, then for example, to riff back to the John Vervaeke Consciousness and Conscience conference, he talked about one of the things that he brought up was he talked about the difference in his speech. He talked about the difference between and adjectival and adverbial. And he said one of the problems, this because I think this is what Vervaeke was talking about. He said the first sentence I think in his lecture was, which they're all out now, but he said, I'm not going to define consciousness because that's the problem. This is what I think this is what Vervaeke's talking about. Vervaeke, I know, watches this channel sometimes. John, if you watch this and this is what you're talking about, look at my hair. Tell me if that's true. Because when you are in adjectival mode, when you are just describing things definitionally, and you think that that contains the entirety of what the thing is, you're in this articulable, static, dead objectivist zone, and you know, it's that's the solipsistic world, which I would say is an illusion. The solipsistic world doesn't exist because everything is infinite, finite, unconscious, conscious. Everything is iconic, and language needs to be that. That is what's happening with modernity. That's my cliff notes. Is we have lost this relationship in our language and we've devolved into what I call talking. So, and that's what I think Vervaeke was pointing at when he was talking about the adverbial. The adverbial you can't reduce to just a static name. It's a verb. It's active. It's moving. It's alive. A verb is alive. You know, that's kind of Barfield and Lewis's big debate, right? Was nouns versus verbs. People who are overly focused on definitions, people who really want to define everything, not always, but I will say, as a rule, they are gaming. They're gaming language and they are playing this credo confessionalist game where they're elevating credo, the static articulable thing, over the religio, and they're playing an objectivist game, that which is what leads to nihilism, which is what leads to depression, which is you can only be doing mammon in that game, um, because you don't, as Sherry, our girl Sherry likes to say, you have to want to know what you don't want to know, which is a great quote. I love it. That's like a I can't claim it as my own, but that's kind of a it's kind of a Cohen Lukeism kind of a thing. Um, so I guess it's a lot of what I have. Does anyone, Philip, I know you're in here, someone was, is there a link to jump into this sucker? Um, and because I would love, I mean, because that's basically all I got. I'll just keep rambling on the same thing and saying the same thing over and over and over. But unless somebody else has thoughts or a question or a comment or wants to jump in, is there a link? Maybe, who knows? All right, well, this is my and maybe some people can't jump in because they're at work or whatever. So this is my virgin voyage on the Grail Quest. I have to post a link, so there is no link. How does one do that? What if I just copy the link from my browser, copy clean link, and put it in here? Does that work? Oh, yeah, you're at work, so you can't. Well, I tried to post a link. We'll see if that works. I don't know. It's in the comments. Sorry, I'm a rookie at this, so I know how to. This is the boring part of this. Present invite. Oh, so I copied the invite thing. I'll post that too. No, it's the same link. So that should work. That link should work if somebody wants to jump in. I should have done that at the beginning. Would have made it a lot easier, but I'm learning these things. So, all right. I'll try to remember to post the, yeah, sorry, Philip. Sometime, we'll be doing more of these. I'll be trying to do these occasionally when I have time. This is the time of day that typically works better for me-ish. I know Sherry does it later. Michael could be jumping in here occasionally. It'd be great if Michael could do it. What's nice about, so I'll just say this. I'll end on this note, I guess. What's nice about Grail Country and this little community is um, ultimately we talk a lot about ideas. We talk a lot about esoteric Christianity, meditations on the Tarot, sophiology, Bulgakov, uh, you know, all these different things. And those are all great. But I would say, and I think everyone in this little community would agree, that the thing at the end of the day that matters the most are the people. And and for me, that's always what matters. I love to talk about ideas, but knowledge will pass away. Uh, Knowledge puffs up, love edifies. And so if your language, I'll say this maybe, if your language and your ideas are leading to an increase of love, and sometimes that's hard to understand. Like I'm not, a lot of people tend to equate me with being uh, kind of limp-wristed, wooey, pro love, uh, kumbaya, everybody hold hands and forgive each other. And I am that. But also that doesn't, love is, again, back to my picture, right? Love, love includes, love is over all this. Love includes both the infinite and the finite. It's a relationship with both of these things. It's gonna look, love will surprise you. Love will look in ways that you don't anticipate because there there isn't anything more fundamental really in that sense than love. And so love is going to look like hate. Love is beyond the simple binary of this of the games that people try to play. And love is beyond the games of either or. um, and I've often said this, love and hate aren't opposites. Love doesn't even really have an opposite, I would say, in a way. Love and indifference is closer, but hate is really just a form of misguided, unhealthy, twisted love. Because when you hate something, that's deep, deep love. And and this community, I think, is about love or this communion. Um, we are. Rollins said this. Sorry, Nate. Rollins said that community is a group of people gathered around a set of ideas. Communion is a group of people set around a common lack. And I think that this is what this is illustrating too, the lack is it's that the lack is the lack is integrating the unconscious. It's integrating what you don't know. You're never saying that you get to a point where I am whole and complete, not lacking in anything, to quote St. James. If any of you lacks wisdom, he should ask God, who gives knowingly to all without finding fault, and it will be given to him. That's for my mother, who made me memorize this, and who now probably thinks I'm a heretic and I don't love the Bible, but she made me memorize the beginning of the book of James at one point. And God gives knowingly to all without finding fault, you know. And when he asks, he must believe and not doubt, for he who doubts is like a wave of the sea, blown and tossed by every wave of doctrine. that man should not think he will receive anything from the Lord. He's a double-minded man. I've always loved that, the double-minded quote from, um, I've always thought of that double-minded in relationship to, I think in John, no, it's, Matthew 7, Matthew 6, which is one of my favorite verses in the Bible when Jesus is talking about the eye is the lamp of the body, and a lot of it has to do with purifying the eye. But if your eye is, because that verse says, like, if your eye is sorry, it's windy. If your eye is evil or divided, your whole body will be full of darkness. But if your eye is united or one or good, and it's good and bad, it says good and bad, your whole body will be full of light. And so that's why a lot in like orthodoxy, for example, or in a lot of ancient Christianity, purifying your eye, learning to see properly is the methodology for holiness. Because if you see properly, you can orient properly a little bit. And so double-mindedness is a big part of this. Anyhow, back to community. Again, I'm circling back. I'm like my mind operates like Indy Wilson's note from the Tilt-A-Whirl. There you go. I'm quoting the Wilsons, son of Douglas Wilson, Paul Vanderklay, listen again. Um, it's and if anybody wants to join, again, the link's in the comments. So he wrote this book, Notes from a Tilt-A-Whirl, and so it's like the sun. It's like this carnival ride, right? The sun circles, and then the Earth circles, and all these planets circle around the sun. So it's these multiple spinning orbits and spinning on spinning. And that's how my brain works. My brain works, my mind works. Like I circle way out, and then I circle back in, and I circle out, and I circle back in, because I'm not a very linear thinker. So um, the community here is what's really important, and truly at the end of the day, we all love each other and we have a lot of disagreements, you know, in a lot of ways, I would say, um, like this is kind of Nate's baby, and he's included a lot of us in this very, very graciously. Um, I met Nate through the little corner of the internet world. I invited him to this little community, this little boxer audio community where we send audios to each other that I'm part of. That's been going, geez, I don't know, that thing's been going for a few years now, I think, and really got to know him through that. And Nate started doing this thing, which he's incorporated and integrated Twitter. I love this. I love this new live streaming thing that some of the people are doing in this little corner of the internet. I think it's a really good way to uh, integrate more of, again, the unknown, the unconscious, what you don't know, because any random person can jump into this. You have to talk with lots of people. I love fewer monologues, more dialogos, more conversations with people, particularly diverse set of, particularly I like diversity, at least in intellectual conversations around people who have different intellectual allegiances or self-identities. Like I don't want to talk to, um, like I've become really good friends with a couple Jewish guys, you know, Jacob being one, Yosef being probably the most primary, and then Hezi, my boy Hezi. That's great. I would love for a lot more Muslim voices to be involved in this. I mean, but there's obviously self-identifying atheists or agnostics in this community. Joey's one of my really good friends in this community. I don't think he particularly watches Grail Country. I don't know. Joey's weird because Joey and I get along really great, but like most people outside of this esoteric area of the community, he's just like, um, I don't know what you're talking about. Like when I start talking about ideas, he's just like most people. Most people when I talk, it's just like, what the hell are you talking about? Okay, let's say our icon see through point two. How do you describe an icon? Well, so good question. I mean, an icon to me is a both end. An icon is not a binary thing. It is not an avatar. An icon is a I mean, you could almost say this, an icon is a person. It's a mirror. It's more than a mirror, but it's like it is not just an image. So maybe one way I could say it is this, is that like this came up the other day with Luke Johnson. He linked this conversation. He was talking about photography and photographs and how um I didn't follow it and understand it a lot, but he's talking about photographs. But what I would say is a photograph can be can be either an icon or just a static image. That's the difference between an image and an icon. I would say an image is something that is a static dead thing. It's innate. It's almost the difference between like but an icon is something that is the image, but it also is a portal through which you relationally move into something that is infinite. Again, the unconscious, the conscious, the infinite, the finite. Um, an icon contains both the infinite and the finite, which is the same thing as a person, which I think is the same thing as consciousness. So like a good photograph, like done by a really good trained photographer that can capture like the spirit of a place, that's an icon, I would say. It's not an official liturgical canonized icon, but it's iconic. Let's say it that way. Um, or like when Jordan Peterson talked about these famous works of art. Like if you go to a museum, there's these priceless works of art, or like a portrait of a person that's done over multiple sittings. So a really good painter, a classic painter, you think Mona Lisa or whatever, that's clearly an icon. That's why everyone goes to see it all the time. That's why it's classic. It doesn't just apply. Music is the same way. It's the difference between a pop hit that somebody listens to and never listens to again and a classic. Is the classic is tapping into something infinite, so it doesn't just relate to a singular person and time and place or culture. It transcends that. It tapped into something much bigger than its static representation. That's iconic. A portrait is that, and somewhat Jordan Peterson said, I think a portrait does that. A really good portrait or a landscape is because it's done over multiple sittings. The artist will sit there, different lighting, different times a day, different days, and somehow in that process, if they're good and if they're faithful, they will capture the infinite in the finite. And that's what beauty is. I mean, this is what anything, all the things that are most real contain the simultaneous reciprocity of the infinite and the finite. That's what it all is. Um, all right. What else we got here? Lance, storming the live stream. Seeking Mount Athos. Dang right, storming this bad boy. Philip, I don't know. Did that answer your question? I have no idea. I mean, that's the way that I see it. Let's see what else we got. Christopher Roberts. Wanting to know what you don't want to know. That's Sherry. Uh, Mammon versus iconic. Non-dualism, holism, and integration. Am I understanding you? Yeah. I would say I would contrast Mammon versus iconic. Um, Non-dualism, and holism and integration? Yeah, I mean, I think so. From what I'm reading there, I would say you're definitely tracking with me. The one thing that I would clarify though is like you can't again, like you can fall into your own trap. You can fall into your own logic trap. So like you could classify mammon versus icon as a cold binary. But again, like that's not true. It's not how it works. Um, and this is why I've often said, because you could set up this binary, right? Christ and Antichrist. But one of my little Lukeisms is Christ plays an Antichrist. So here's the thing: is like, where will I go to escape your presence? If I ascend to the heights, you're there. If I go to the depths of Sheol, you're there. Um, you ain't gonna escape God. You can try to play the mammon, objectivist, dead word, despirited breath, language games of modernity, but guess what? There's always life, there's always truth, there's always grace in that because otherwise it wouldn't be. If something is, it's because it's participating in life, in reality, in truth, in goodness. Even even in a sense, like you could think um real currency and counterfeit, right? That's a really good way to think about Christ and Antichrist. The real thing versus the counterfeit. Well, the counterfeit doesn't exist, but in but as a parasite on the real. And so the real is present in the false. It has to be. Otherwise, what else would the false be? The false has to participate in the real. And so, like, you have to. And I think what's hard about a lot of hyper left brain, linear, mechanistic thinkers They can't get out of this logic trap of this cold binary, but you have to. I mean, otherwise you will never understand things in an iconic way. Um, and you will be I've quoted this a lot, but like one of my tweets back in the day, like 10 years ago or something, was like, you can't reason with a rationalist that rationalism is irrational. Um, you know, and you just can't because reason in and of itself is never going to. I think reason does in and of itself point beyond it, but um, but like, but that's the thing is like when someone who's like this is I don't know, it almost gets into the question of why people ask why all the time. I'm gonna stop this bad boy pretty soon, but I just keep rambling for a while. The I would say the spirit or the desire to ask why is somewhat rooted in this binary um, logic-based thing. If you want to know why, you want a reason. You're trying to ground reality in a reason, um, in in something that I would say ultimately is a static thing. You are not If you want to know why, you are not yet to the place where you are comfortable with wanting to know what you don't wanna know. And I would say and until you get to that place, you cannot have the peace that passes understanding. Because the peace that passes understanding is getting to the place where you are comfortable with the lack, you are comfortable with what you do not know. You actually understand this is the cloud of unknowing, that your anything that you know is embedded in what you don't know. The apophatic rules the cataphatic, to put it in theological terms, or in knowledge terms, epistemological terms. Even epistemology is seeking to name everything. You're seeking to root everything in an articulable, conscious way, and there is no end to that. That's hell. But if we can get to the place um, where you are comfortable with knowing what you don't want to know, here we go. Well, I'll wrap it up with this, and then I'm going to close this sucker. But one of my favorite George MacDonald quotes from What Up, Chad? One of my favorite George MacDonald quotes, which anyone who knows me very well um, has heard this a lot, but George MacDonald and Lilith, my first foray into George MacDonald, I can't remember if I read that or it was just his sermon first, but he said, the fact is, no man understands anything. When you understand that, that is his first tottering step, not towards understanding, but toward the capacity of one day understanding. That is getting comfortable with what you don't know. That is getting comfortable with the unconscious and the transcendent. And that is getting comfortable with wanting to know what you don't want to know. Um, which, which I don't know. Maybe I want to have, another more conversations on what I've dubbed to a lot of people's dislike POS theology, which um, which is this theology that's rooted in, I would say, fundamentally this binary of either or, winners and losers. And I think it's a fear-based, um, control-based theology. Because a lot of the why, I think, is rooted in control. It's just like, what if I can't explain why? What if I can't name it? What if I don't know? You'll be fine. I don't know. And ultimately, that's faith. I think that's the knowledge that even if you don't it's understanding that even if you don't understand in a comprehensible propositional way, uh, the nature of reality is good. Uh, love wins. Um, God is good. And again, you don't even need to get caught up in that language. It's that Nate posted this somewhat on Twitter recently, but it reminds me of my favorite TV show of all time, True Detective. At the very end of that movie, it said, it was said once they're out walking. Woody Harrelson and Matthew McConaughey are out walking, in the night, and they say, at one time they said that the whole sky was nothing but darkness, and now, you see these few just pinpricks of light and these stars, and you see that, and in some nights you can see a lot of it, and he said, "You know what? If you ask me, the light's winning." Um, and that's just something I believe, it's something I have faith in. I can't, and to me, it's just unshakable. I think this is the move past deconstruction. When your comfort and your peace is not rooted in what you think you know, uh, what power does fear have over you? I mean, what is there to be afraid of? And it doesn't mean it's not gonna be hard. It doesn't mean there's not gonna be things that you don't wanna do. But, yeah, I don't know. Alright. What do we got here? Andrew Parsons. No man can see the whole without the help of the other. Does God give up control to connect us in love and empower us in love to go back to God and the other? Yeah, I think so. And we all know that, with any relationship that you have love. I'll say this to my kids all the time, but it's the great love chapter by St. Paul. Love does not insist on its own way. That's giving up That's giving up your control to your unknowing. You're just like, "I don't understand this. This isn't the way that I think it should do. This isn't my understanding of truth. This isn't like whatever. I don't know, but I'm gonna die to myself in love and not insist on my own way." Like that's a transcendent thing, man. Okay, Chadrick. Truths we can never fully understand, and mystery should never be dissected with aims only to reconstruct and called life. Mystery is peace when you know it's meant to be mystery. Yeah, I mean, to me, that's this quote that I love all the time is God is he about whom we must never speak and we must always keep speaking. Mystery's the same. And Nate has been emphasizing this lately. He says Nate believes that it's time for the the unspoken, the mysteries, the he thinks we are in an age where, and correct me if I'm wrong, Nate, if you watch us back, where it's time for the mysteries to be spoken, for the things hidden to be revealed. To quote the Bible and Girard, in a post revelation of Jesus Christ as the meeting of heaven and earth and the infinite finite and the God man. Again, this is a synchronicity of all these things. The icon of the infinite. That's what Christian theology is. Um, that it's time for esoteric mysteries to be hidden. Now there's a balance with that because you have to a lot of times the best communication is indirect. And if people are operating from egoic knowing and from their egos, I mean they're just not going to have ears to hear a lot of things. Again, you have to be comfortable and you have to want to know what you don't want to know. Ooh, look at that. I got it right. Nate's here. By miss oh. Look at all my friends are here. Jess. Oh, Jess is such a nice guy. Such a cutie. And Jess and I both like to drink, what are those things called? Fruit juice, carbonated fruit juice things? Mitchell. Mitchell loves the Bible more than any other man. Prove me wrong. Um, Chad by mystery. Spindrift. Thank you, Jess. By mystery, I mean Christ, says Chad. All right. Question. Are we infinitely knowable in the body of Christ? This thing could be live streams with people actually watching could be addicting. I would just never stop this. I would just keep doing this all day forever and not have a life, and my wife would divorce me and I would stop talking to my children. White Claw? No. That's Antichrist. That's Antichrist alcohol. Chad Rowe, Lance! Get in here, you sucker!
Luke, I
What?
love it.
All right. Can I hear you?
Can you hear me?
Give Luke a friend. I can't hear you yet.
You can't hear me, huh?
Maybe the problem's on my end. Can somebody else hear Lance? Carbonated fruit juice things. Mountain Dew? How dare you? For
Yeah,
somebody
let's see.
so intuitively brilliant, Jason likes Diet Mountain Dew, and I think God will have mercy and forgive him.
I think I can hear you, Luke.
All right. We can hear him, so I just can't hear him? What the heck?
Do you have something on mute?
Just do sign language for me, Lance, and
I'll speak in mosaic vision.
everyone can hear Lance, but I can't? Man, this is stupid. What do I do? Nate, what do I do? You're here. What is... Yeah, sorry. He's working. I can mute you, but that doesn't help me. I bet it, you know what? I bet it has something to do with my weird... I'm using the Brave browser because I like privacy and I hate corporations and Brave's awesome. And so,
See you, Luke. I
so
just
it's
wanted to
probably
give you
some
a friend to
weird
bounce
thing
off
where I
of.
can't hear you. You just hold up your hand when you want to talk and I'll shut up. Choose audio. Okay, Lance, you talk. I'm gonna try to figure this out.
No, I was interested. You were talking about kind of this whole idea of mystery, and I wanted to talk to you a little bit about the road to Emmaus. I had a chance to be in a. For those of you out there, I had a chance to be in a retreat this week with Father Bakur, who was on Bogdan Bakur, who was on Jonathan Pajot's channel, and it spoke to some of those things that Luke was speaking about here. Plus, I just wanted to give him someone to bounce off of. But if he can't figure this out, I definitely will not disrupt the live stream. All right. See you. Keep plugging away, Luke. Hey, Chad, can you hear? See you. Hey, Jess is here.
Yeah, I had to jump in.
Can you hear me, Jess?
I can hear you.
I can hear you.
Can you hear me,
It's
Jess?
just Luke.
Luke probably has his Bluetooth on, and so he has to go into settings. So you go down, you click more,
Luke
then
just
you
lost
click
his shit.
settings, and let me see if I can do this.
Yeah, we got to figure this out because we need Luke on.
Yes.
On
Guy's
mic.
been going for 52 minutes. He's got to be included in
What were you saying, Lance? What were you asking?
Well, this whole idea of mystery, right? And the whole idea of consciousness is naming. And I was just laying that on top of the kind of the road to Emmaus, and what happened there. And Father Bakur had, if people are interested, with Jonathan Pajot, had like an hour-long conversation with him where they really unpacked it, right?
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, there are a lot of, and then this goes into his naming and trying to name it. And as soon as we specify it, we seem to lose it, right? And Father Bakur, had talked about, when you think about the road to Emmaus, first off, these two disciples left, like they bailed. The rest of them are staying around and they bail, right? So they encounter Jesus. They have no idea who he is, right? So, they go through, hey, dude, where have you been? Like, have you heard what happened? And they start walking him through it, right? Have no idea. So this whole idea of this resurrected Christ, like we're talking about the mystery, like they were in his presence. They had no idea who he was. Think about that for a little bit, right? Then he starts talking to him, and back at the end, they say, didn't our hearts start to feel, they kind of would sense it, but they didn't know. And then he opens up and shows them, everything in the scriptures and the prophets and everything else. And it wasn't until the breaking of the bread, the Eucharist, that they recognized who he was. But the second they recognized who he was, he vanished. Right?
Yeah.
So it's that sense of, and that's kind of like that Nicholas de Cusa, where he talks about the unfolding and enfolding of kind of revelation, that as soon as something's revealed, then something else is hidden. And there's this constant thing. And so, so much of, for me, what he's speaking about, how I'm always the guy who maps things onto myself, is and this is not to try and denigrate Protestantism in any way, but I tried to always trying to figure out the right answer, right? The systemization. So I'm digging through these commentaries, and this guy says this, and then this guy says this, and John MacArthur says this, and Francis Chan says that. And this stuff is just all over the board. And I was trying to find the right answer and systematize it. You know, Wayne Grudem, any of us have been through seminary, we've been through Wayne Grudem's systematic theology book, right? So to try and confessionalize it, like all these things, I felt like I had to grab a hold of these piece parts. And one of the things that I think this little corner has really helped me out is opening me up to the mystery and quit trying to define things. And I think that road to Emmaus is a really good example of as soon as you recognize who Christ is, he vanishes.
Right.
Now, vanish doesn't mean he left. It just meant that you recognized who he was. Well, I don't know. Like, this is again stuff like mystery. Like, I don't know. Like, he vanishes. Everywhere present, filling all things. He's still there, but them seeing him in that way disappeared. So a lot of the stuff that I heard Luke talking about, I was just mapping onto that whole road to Emmaus. Like a person could probably spend their lifetime contemplating the road to Emmaus. I mean, seriously, if you keep asking the questions, you know?
Right. Yeah. But I mean, still, like, even like, I mean, I'm Protestant, but I mean, my diehard evangelical friends that are still like unconsciously trapped in a materialistic worldview, like even that story, like they still, like, you still have to have ears to hear that what you're saying, because if you, like, you have to come to a point where, because you can hear the story of the road to Emmaus and still not get what you're saying. Like, you can read those words and you can, and I don't know, Luke left. So like are you, I don't know, are you trying, you're trying to help people like make that leap. You're trying to poke them or prod them or get them to be like, hey, look, he vanishes. Like, what do you, and like get them to ask the question, like, what does that mean? Like, what does it mean? Like, when you recognize him, he vanishes. And, you know, like, I don't know, for me, like, it's interesting because I was more on the charismatic side of evangelicalism. And so that there's sort of a mystical openness to those kinds of things within the charismatic side. And I never was drawn towards or have, you know, much experience in the sort of like dogmatic, systematic side of things. But I know people that are kind of in the dogmatic, systematic side of things. And like, we just can't have those conversations just because we don't have a lot of overlap. There's just like everything, I don't know, you either get into like sentimentality or you get into just sort of, I don't know, you get into other things that don't actually bridge that gap from I don't know.
I think you hit the nail on the head, which is, and this, I need to be very precise about this. I also ran with charismatic circles, and my anchoring point to Christ was a profound kind of road to Damascus experience. So I was always working out from that. And I would say that I grew up in a very materialist, I'm 53, but so I grew up in a very materialist, reductionist milieu in Protestantism, right? Not much mysticism. And so that was it. And then I was this highly charismatic Holy Spirit guy. But yet I felt uncomfortable in certain charismatic movements.
Oh yeah, for sure. Me too.
Because it had broken outside the realms of things. Like I just had this intuition that, wait a minute, the clapping, the barking, the dancing around barefoot with flags and stuff. Yeah. Like I was just like, I love the sincere, like, these are my people. Like, that's what I'm drawn to. But I always had this sense that I don't think this, there was something about it that I felt was a little too far off the rails. I don't want to denigrate
Yeah.
it, because that's what I was attracted to. Like, I would go to the IHOP prayer room in Kansas City,
Right.
and loved it, but I wouldn't go to the services. And so I think to put a fine point is, it's breaking the material reductionist frame. And I think that plays out a lot. And I would just say, for me, so I was trying to be this charismatic who felt like there's something here that's too far out there. I'm running around with reformed-ish guys, and I'm trying to plug myself into there. And I always ran up against issues with that. And so I think let's just take this. Let's just call it mysticism broadly.
Mm-hmm.
Is to have a more mystical view and symbolic view,
iconic view,
versus trying to get down to a lot of. And I'll just say, for me, and now that I recognized it, I was trying to work everything into a propositional frame so I could. Okay, right. I was searching for the right dogmatic, systematic frame that I felt was the right one that I could put myself and my family in. And I really struggled with that.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, that totally makes sense. Because, well, that was similar to my experience. I had a conversation with Sam over on Jacob's channel a little while ago, because he was talking about on a video just how like his church is kind of charismatic. And so he explained a little bit of what that was, but I didn't know too much about what he meant. So I talked to him about it. And basically it meant that there's like, it's not just this, but they believe in prophecy and speaking in tongues and stuff, but it's kind of done in this structured time during services. And so they have a time in the service where if someone wants to do that, they can, and then it's very orderly or whatever. So they never had like being slain in the spirit or, sort of the more like outward, the outwards things that I think of when I think of charismatic, being slain in the spirit, kind of enthusiastic, emotional expression, and worship services that just go on and on and on and on. I never felt comfortable with, like, I don't understand what the barking and the roaring and the whatever any of that did. It never interested me. Like, I knew people that went down to Toronto, or went up to Toronto, or down to where was the other place? It was, I forget.
Brownsville.
Yeah.
In Florida. My
Florida.
aunt and her whole family went down there, and they're amazing, faithful people. She got a vision, and she went down there and took her whole family down there, and they all went through the Brownsville revival.
Yeah, I know people that went and visited those places, and they were decent people, but that whole thing never interested me at all. And there's a way in which, like, sort of that end of the charismatic thing is almost like they're still trapped in the materialist, rationalist framework, only they're trying to sort of escape from it. So they're like disavowing it, and they're trying to get to this higher spiritual level. They're still in a divided world, as far as I can tell. And it doesn't have, like, they don't take seriously. The old link doesn't work as well. Luke's having trouble joining back again. They still have this divided world mentality that I gotta post a link. Oops.
Yeah. Well, one of the things I can do that. So here's the thing. Like, here's what I also know. Like, one of the things the Orthodox say is, we know where the Spirit is, we don't know where it isn't, in some sense. And so that's to say, hey, God's moving in all these different places. We know He's moving in places, right? But one of the things I used to pray in a charismatic sense was to want the Spirit to fall down, like to fill this place or whatever. And it's kind of a different framework where I'm walking around where it's like, wait a minute, it's already everywhere present, filling all things. right? Like you see that difference just between some of those movements, like, oh, he's
Yeah.
especially here.
Well, that's what Luke talks about when he talks about iconic vision, is that the material world actually has like an iconic purpose, and the rational world has an iconic purpose that's more than just the parts. And so like the the wild charismatic things that we're talking about that were too far out there, we're always trying to escape from the sort of the confines of the material world, let's say. And so it was always a part of the divided world. There was that division, and it wasn't integrated. And so they were raised in a secular, rationalistic, materialistic world. So now they're overcompensating over here into wild emotionalism and spiritual experience and these kind of things. But it was never integrated. Things never came together, and so in that sense, it was, I don't know. Yeah, it didn't have that. Whereas the iconic vision is like an integrated concept where the material and the spiritual are participating together, and they have meaning together.
What's beautiful though is like the elasticity of God. I think like it's almost, I'm almost grateful that there isn't just like that, not everybody's sitting in the iconic vision, or that not everybody's sitting in like the rationalist, materialist, vision. And like the it's incredible to me, and it's also incredible to me that like how much we kind of like butt heads over it, and it's almost comical, like almost like a, what's that, Monty Python theology or something, where we're just kind of bumping up against like who's right and who's wrong. But I'm going to ask my wife tonight if I can interview a woman that she sponsors, who I've talked about before, who like she was so outside the church that she didn't know that Easter had anything to do with Christ, right? And she's an American girl, and she ends up coming into spirituality through the 12 steps. She finds crystals as her first foray into spirituality. Did I scare him away? Holy crap.
I hope not. I have one more question I want to talk to him about. Okay, he's working. He might have to work.
So she moves from crystals into watching Joel Osteen, and then from watching Joel Osteen to going to church now, in like kind of like a mega church. But she's like telling me about how she's like just now got into like this Bible study, and she's weeping when they're crying, and I'm just like, good for her, man. Like the iconic vision maybe isn't for her. Maybe it'll blow her apart. So I think it's interesting. That's what I mean by the mystery. It's like the essence of all of this stuff. Christ, God, is like you would know this, Lance. I mean, like as God as you understand him is like, like you can't lock him down. None of us could define him fully or know him fully.
Yeah.
So that's, yeah.
Well, and he's present, and he's present in all these places. There's no doubt. Like in in terms of God of your own understanding framework, right? We know that works. One of the things I wanted to talk to Jess about and kind of bring it back to that road to Emmaus, which was one of the things I see. Oh, so Jess, you're back. So one of the things that I see, like you talked about that, and here's what I read when Sam and I have had the conversation about, which he thought it's weird. I was this highly charismatic person, yet people in my friend group will know that I've been fairly resistant to tongues and prophecy and some of that other thing, particularly like, let's say, okay, we're going to call on you or you're going to prophesy, and it's Sunday at 10 a.m. I just don't think God works like that, because I have had those experiences, and it's kind of like God withdraws. And it doesn't mean he's not present in a moment. Think about Job, right? So he withdraws for this long period of time before he comes in and speaks. And to think that he's speaking every Sunday at 11:30 with something to someone, like I don't think, just my opinion, like I always had this reticence to say, I don't think this is the way, I don't see that playing out in the Bible that way. And I don't think that that's the way God really works. Like if he picks these moments to break into your life, and those might be 10, 15 years apart. That's just from my experience. And so I love the sincerity. I don't want to throw rock, because these are our people, Jess, right? And I know there are these great things happening, but I've always had this sense of people sense, oh, God told me to tell you to do this. I'm always highly suspect of that. Like sometimes that's the case, but I just think you're wanting to tell me something.
But Lance, so that like everything you're talking about is kind of the either or world of what I was talking about with the circle. Like you're in the closed circle where like I'm conscious of it, so God is speaking. Get out of the circle, man. Like that's embedded. This is why I talk about iconic thinking and iconic vision, is because the reality is that it's both. Whether or not somebody even knows it, to Chad's point, because somebody can be trapped in it or not, and it doesn't even matter.
Right. Right. And I just always have had this sense that those moments where I've had those moments where I know God's happening, it's so undeniable. You know what I mean? Like it's just so undeniable. And that doesn't happen very often.
Yeah, but then I'll forget like this. They'll happen. They'll be deeply impactful, and it'll be like a week later, and I'm like, "Fuck the world," you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's because we're waiting for those mountaintop, summer camp moments. This Christian CCM band I used to love and listen to all the time called Caedmon's Call. They have a song called 2 Weeks in Africa.
Amen.
Which is about like all this stuff. It's just like you're always looking for these magical 2 weeks in Africa where God was moving and active, and I mean it's all like it's emotionalism.
Yeah, well, Peugeot talks about that. The monastics would say you can have the most deeply impactful moments, but they need to be let go. You cannot live your life by them.
Absolutely, or else they become that dead, static thing. Then your experience just becomes the dead, solipsistic thing.
Yep, that's why AA has like this thing they call, a daily reprieve. We live by a daily reprieve. We seek each day, and without expectation. Like that's why I like the idea of principles, because if I'm able to today to follow some principles, the very least I can walk away knowing I did my best to try to live up to some principles, and maybe in doing so I was useful. And that's why I'm not really worried about outcomes for the most part. It's only when I become selfish and self-centered where I be, focus on the outcomes and the magical experiences. But when I'm not looking for them, I mean, it's so corny. When I'm not looking, they show up all the time. So much to the point where it's like it becomes like, yeah, well, of course that would happen.
And that's iconic vision, Chad, right? Like in what Jess was talking about, to see him present everywhere, filling all things. Like Chad, you see an interaction at a convenience store, or you hear a song, or you're in a meeting or something like that. Like there's all these places where stay in the day and see it not in burning bush moments, but see it in the everyday moments of life and the materials of life, right? Does that sound about right? What you were talking about, Jess, was trying to see it.
Yeah, I mean, I think so. Yeah, because I mean, in my personal experience, like it was always, it's always about like your sort of ground assumptions, and all my evangelical upbringing was grounded in rational materialism fundamentally, and like all the apologetics were arguing for a rational materialistic. It was always arguing for that aspect of whatever, of the gospel, of Jesus' life, of Noah, of whatever. It was always that was always the aim, was to bolster the rational materialistic side of things. And not that like it's not important, but it wasn't, and when I'm thinking about like all that was important in Christianity as I was growing up, and even in the churches that I've been involved in as an adult, like that seemed to be like the unspoken aim was to, you know, and this gets to sort of my idea of like, who are we talking to? It seems like we're all talking to secular materialists and we're trying to defend things in that frame and in that world, because that's what we believe is true fundamentally. And so to exit out of that, and I think it's like what Luke talks about with iconic thinking and an iconic vision. And you have to, but then gets to the whole question is, how do you get someone to see that? And you can't explain it to them. You can't use apologetics to get that to them.
Yeah, use apologetics to like talk about the flavor of a banana. You know, good luck to somebody who's never had it, you know.
Right, but then you start talking about experience, and you start talking about like a relationship with God, and then all of a sudden you're into this world of sentimentality and sort of this, you know, it's personal, but it's not as important as the rational materialistic. And so you give your personal testimony, and people will say, "Oh, that's nice," but what's real is the Romans road and the apologetic defense of the resurrection or whatever.
Yeah, because what is always real is the personal. This is why the testimonial stuff, Paul talking to randos on his channel, that's why true communion has developed around this, is because that's how you do it. That's how you get people to see, is you push into the relational, you push into the personal, because that is the thing that is necessarily the infinite finite. That thing cannot be trapped within that solipsistic circle, the objectivist dead world. It can't be, because we all know this relationally. This is why, like Chad, to your point, somebody who hasn't tasted the banana, the thing is they have tasted the banana. Everybody has, because they're alive. Everybody knows this. They just don't know they know it.
Right.
Well, that's why I like the fact that there's all different flavors, right? You got the guys who are like, you know, who have a doctorate in like theology and philosophy, and you know, like it's not for me, but you know, they could do it, and if they want to, and they inevitably will share their own experience through this stuff. And I think it's like I'm just happy that it's not one dimensional. You know, it has to be one way. Now there are some people who think that it has to be, but you know, that's fine. But the fact is like I've seen people. This is why I love AA. I've seen people from all different walks of life and all different kinds of faith. People who have no faith whatsoever, and you know, like maybe even borderline atheist or agnostic, and they go through some actions, and they set their mind to seek, and all of a sudden they start having experiences with what they call God, right? And none of them will say that they have the same thing, and so that to me is so important, and it's a beautiful thing. So I don't know, I can get frustrated too with like, you know, people sharing their experience about what is and how it needs to be, and like that's normal for us to get frustrated, I think, with how we see things differently. But at the end of the day, like on a good day, I'm fine with where people are at, you know.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, that's why I think this whole what Jordan Peterson did, and now Paul's literally joined as I wanted to talk about this, and that's why I think this Exodus series on Daily Wire Plus, what I really like from you know, they're digging into Exodus, or when he dug into Genesis, and he has this panel there, and what people are doing is pulling out these truths and mapping it on to things that they're experts about, and really making it relatable and relational to people. Right. So to break it out of these things, it's like, oh, I see that. I can map that onto this. And all these people were doing it. And I still think that Jordan Peterson, I think that's such a cooler thing than like I used to really seek out like the documentaries. We're going to find the ark. Like if we can just find the wood, I can believe in Jesus, you know. And Christians, we love those documentaries. But that's why I like what Jonathan Pajot's doing, what Paul's doing, what everyone else is doing is taking this thing out of that and putting it into breaking it free from the religious and exegetical thing, and so we can help map this onto reality. And then that's where, and my wife hates when I say this, the myths that might be in the Old Testament or whatever are realer than real.
Yeah, contributing to the sediment of the estuary, and Peterson's Exodus series 2 thing that he's doing, to me that just looks like an estuary meeting, which is hilarious. I think he's been paying attention and stealing from us.
Can we sue? Or Paul should sue.
No. Remember what I said? We want AA, not some enclosed corporation.
Yeah.
No, let people rob us blind and encourage them to.
My critique, though, of what I've seen of the Exodus stuff, though, is it's all intellectual. And the problem with merely intellectual conversations is they're not personal, and so then that runs the risk of them not being iconic. You just end up
So what
playing
you're saying
objectivist,
is
solipsistic game.
they should have had Russell Brand in there, is what you're saying?
That would have helped. Hell yeah.
Well, like I heard this quote, I forget where it is, but mysticism is internalized theology. And so like all of the theology and all the ideas, like they have to be, like Lance, you're talking about mapping it to the external world, but it has to be mapped internally as well. Like it has to, like, and it's not some people, it's not like, it involves discipline for sure. It involves like practices for sure, but it's also a recognition of things that have already happened in you. So one thing that happens to me is I'll read something in the Bible, or I'll hear someone talk about theology, and I'll realize it actually maps onto some sort of experience, like a transformative experience I've had some way or another, and I'll go like, oh, that's what that was. That's what happened to me. Was that thing, which is in this story, or which is in this, and that to me has always been a transformational and sort of a developmental thing, rather than a gaining of knowledge, and because I started to get into apologetics when I was a teenager, because I thought if I could just get all the pieces together, because I really admired how an apologist could be asked a question, then they could just start rattling off these arguments. And I was like, if I could only memorize the arguments and like know where all the technical pieces fit together, I could do that. But what I found out is like there's too much of the world to be able to have all the arguments. And so what you actually need is you have to have some sort of I don't know what it would be, some internal training that would allow you to basically improvise in the moment the truth. And that's an entirely different thing than memorizing a bunch of facts and arguments. And so being able, and so you see Peterson doing that when he's going through these riffs. He's just going through them again and again and again. And it's unlike, the apologists that I grew up with, because the apologists would have, I think they were riffing too in their own way, but they were doing it in a format that would, anyway. Because when you listen to Jordan Peterson, you're not listening to memorize arguments. You're trying, it's that internal improvisation of a truth that's already built in you that you're trying to exercise and build up.
Yeah, and I think if you actually would watch all of it, Luke, there are more stories. Like people are tying it in, like, hey, this person had this, and they're tying it in. And the thing that Jordan Peterson always does is he always brings back these things, and he talks about like his clinical practice, and he starts applying it to in real life. Oh, I've seen people in these crisis moments have these things and how they look at it. So I think what we're watching is the behind the scenes prep, because he's going to do this public Exodus series next summer. So it's almost like they let us behind the scenes. He's able to have these conversations. This is all going to kick around in his head, and he's going to stew on it and think about it. And I think it's going to make his Exodus. I think it's going to make his Exodus series better this coming up summer.
That's what's so important, I think, about sharing our stories, because there's so much information in stories, stuff that you can't even really articulate well. I should probably quit smoking.
Luke, to your point about the personal, I think a lot of estuary experience is helpful here, because especially for men, we tend to start on the intellectual, and then we have to sort of, as trust gets built, we work down to the personal. And that's very intimate, to point to navigating patterns and the intimacy crisis. And I noticed that when we have estuary groups with more women, it gets personal faster if the women feel like they're in an environment of trust, especially if they can trust the men. So there's a lot to that. And I think, especially because we only have episodes 1 and 2, and because of how Peterson structured this, in terms of having, I think you're exactly right, Lance, that he set it up really well. He brought the people in. I mean, he's a psychologist, for Pete's sake. I mean, he knows this stuff. He brought the people in to not just sit around a table in a hotel someplace, but to live together to a degree, to share some life together, to have some fun together, so that they're building the relationship, because the real learning flows on top of the relationship, and which is Luke's point all the time, besides the fact that he's a woman trapped in a man's body.
Well, and one of the things you talk about there, like estuary, I think one of the things Chad and I can bring into groups is we're very comfortable with being vulnerable. And that's why when Chad we talk about traditions, one of the traditions is anonymity, right? I've been very blessed to be in men's groups. And one of my best friends has done, a house church in his garage for years with men. And we model very quickly, we're going to get real here. We're going to take off our masks. But the other thing we know is like, but it's anonymous. Like what you share here stays here. And then, because quite frankly, I mean, there's an epidemic amongst men around porn and other sorts of issues that they don't want they don't want to deal with their wife, or they don't feel comfortable, quite frankly, talking to their pastor about, Paul. But they can get into these situations because we need to be honest with each other. And so, the quicker you can get into being real, and the trust is one of the things that estuary, I felt one of the traditions I think is important is, and it's hard to build that, is once people know there's a sense of anonymity, that what I say here stays here, boy, that can really up the game of real talk starting to happen.
Anonymity is, though, a two-way street. I think when someone doesn't feel comfortable sharing things with their pastor or their spouse, it says something, and it's not necessarily a bad thing, because, of course, in the church we've long had, we've all, even legally, there's privileged information between someone and their pastor or someone and their priest. We've long had that. And so anonymity has its place, it has its role, but the goal of that is to bring a healing that can then be brought back into the marriage and back into the church. And so I think AA got it right in that you can't live your life in AA. AA is supposed to help you live your life better everywhere else where you have a face and you have a name. And I mean, all the 12 steps are designed to that. I mean, it's not just about stopping drinking. It's about, in my opinion, it's about Christian formation, given where it came from.
100%. In the simplest sense, what it is once you get past that is God seekers. Seeking God, God seekers. And the anonymity piece that I talk about there is more around there's a principle that what's said in the meeting stays in the meeting.
Well, there's a lot to do with the anonymity. So if
Yeah,
you want
there's
to
a
talk
lot.
about,
That was just one aspect.
you know, like the personal anonymity, yeah, it's like, you know, I should be able to, you know, go to, if I'm like a famous person, I can go to a meeting and like, I could trust that, like, you know, my name isn't going to be scattered all throughout the fellowship, you know, like that's part of it. But I think the most important part of anonymity is, there's a humility in saying, I don't have all of the answers, and I'm not the authority on God, or I'm not the authority on the group, and I'm not the authority of, you know, even my maybe my life. So I think the anonymity thing is huge, and um, I think that a lot of that is brought into these things. Like, I think these conversations that we've been having embody a lot of that. There's like an anonymity of authority, right? Because not one person here is the boss of things, you know. And I've been thinking it was funny because, you know, our friend Jacob once wanted to make a certain pastor the boss, but then, like, I've been watching what that pastor's been doing and elevating the names of Grim Grizz and Chad, and it's like, oh, you want me to be the boss? Here's what I'll do when I'm the boss. And it's like absurd, but it's hilarious.
Well, to get back what you were talking about, Jess, I too wanted to destroy people with facts and logic. As that, right? But to steal something from ours. Like I wanted to get to this place as I felt like I needed to know these things, so I had all these answers. If I'm honest with myself, I wanted to have those answers so I could talk to other people about it or whatever. But really, I wanted to have the answers so that inner me didn't have that crisis of faith. You know?
Right. Yeah, we use it to like bolster up because we feel weak. Like there's something to that. Like it's not all overcompensating. There has to be rational defense of beliefs. But if you're using it like, yeah, if you're using it out of spirit of fear, then you have to be called out on it. And often that's not the case when someone, you know, and you don't have to be called out on it. Like you have to, because people have to like work through these things without, you know, being condemned or whatever. But there is a way in which, you know, people will use religion and apologetics and following the rules out of a severe sense of you know, something like a fundamental fear or shame or something like that. And so how do you you know, people will just do that. But that's what I think Peterson gets to, is because he sort of gets over that hurdle a little bit and shows you, like, and he exemplifies this. He's an example of doing this. He's exercising something, or he's working something out in the sense that he's building strength in himself by going through these things, rather than just it's not just an intellectual thing. He's actually like trying to figure something out and apply it like internally. So like how to, you know, and I think, you know, I wish, you know, I think Estuary is a good place for people to do this kind of stuff, where they get to talk about the things that they're actually working through at the moment, and then be able to articulate that and reflect on that, and all of that, where you won't get that in like a, you know, a Bible study setting necessarily, because the Bible study setting has sort of an agenda that they have, you know, you have to get done during the Bible study. Whereas the Estuary is more like you get to actually deal with what internally is happening, intellectually as well as, you know, spiritually and other stuff. So
Yeah, and you talk about like integrating is healing. Like I just knew that that the person of Jesus and the power of Jesus, like I knew that was real, but to use Luke's language, like the divided man thing.
Yeah.
And yet I still had these struggles because I still was approaching things with like that materialist, reductionist sort of frame. And so I was swimming in all these places. And for me, I used to always go back to C.S. Lewis because I knew he was really smart. And it's like, well, he's a smart guy. And if C.S. Lewis can believe this stuff, then I can. Like, I'd get that. But what I love what this little corner has done, because like John Vervaeke kind of talks about, he doesn't want to be bullshitted, right? And to some extent, what I love is that kind of breaking out to this frame and seeing what Jordan did and seeing what Jonathan Pajot is doing and all these other people, like I can break out into this different frame, which isn't material reductionist.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like this sense of like, I can lean on what I know. It's like when Job said, I'd heard of you, but now I've seen you. It's like, I have seen Christ. I've seen the whirlwind. And so I can just lean on that. I don't have to try and break it down and reduce it. And the most intellectually stimulating, broad, make sense conversations that I've seen in my life, I've seen coming out of this little movement of meaning making for me as a Christian man. So I can break free from that stuff. And like, I hope this isn't a heresy, but if there wasn't a literal Noah's Ark, it doesn't threaten my faith. Like, that's a big move for me.
Right.
Inside.
Right. Gavin, you've been sitting there quietly pondering. Do you have any
I'm just reminded of some conversations with people who they like to destroy with facts and logic, and I've tried to like make the point that the map is not the territory, and it's just incomprehensible.
Yeah.
I don't know what you do about it. I heard earlier someone say it's like, I think it was Chad was talking about how do you describe the taste of a banana? It's it's hard to get there, but
the question is like, how do you get people to see? If they don't see, how do you get people to see? If they can't hear, how do you get them to hear?
I tell people to go try to grow food in a garden, because I find that a lot of people who want to destroy with facts and logic, there are people who have not tried to do anything as difficult as just growing some carrots or something.
Right.
Like once you try to accomplish a goal that is sufficiently difficult, my hope is that it would cause people to become more humble, right? Like the thing that Jacob says or he repeats is, all models are wrong, some are useful, and that's similar to the map is not the territory. And so, I think I managed to get on board with what Jonathan Pajot and Jordan Peterson are kind of pointing at. That's what I get. This whole kind of topic, non-materialism topic. It's something where I've been swimming in it for a long time, and it's nice to be with other people who aren't just possessed by the materialist frame.
I think how we help people see, Jess, and this is true across every Protestant, charismatic, evangelical, Orthodox, come and see. You need to invite people in, taste and see. Like, so Paul would much rather than someone listening to his sermons, he'd love to find out that they were meeting together in their homes and talking about it and doing their own Bible study, but living life, loving one another. When someone has a death in the family, seeing people come and serve and love, like inviting people into the community, like that, that's the way. So how do we describe a taste of banana? Don't describe it. Give them a banana to eat.
Right. I think, the key, one of the keys here is you can't describe the taste of a banana. You can only eat a banana. And part of what Peterson did was prioritize the do. And that's really critical in a very watch, listen, consume, visually, audibly culture. And so the message to do, even if it's a start a YouTube or host a just chatting thing on your YouTube channel, and become part of this network, that do is in many ways the only way to, because Jesus didn't say, listen to me. Jesus said, those who have eyes to see and ears to hear. That's basically the same thing that Jess just talked about. But then he'd say, come follow me. Notice the relationship between Jesus' bid to follow and God's bid for Abraham to go. It's the same thing. There has to be action. And that sounds weird for a Calvinist to say, but I don't think there's any question, conflict between that and Calvinism. That go, do, start, act. You've got to act. You've got to do something.
Why do you call me Lord, Lord, and do not do what I say?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, but, and well, one of the things that when I was coming out of my own religious experience was that there wasn't anything to do except to then learn the arguments that. So it was like it would, you know, that's kind of sometimes the question people come to is they're like, people will be like, come do, and it's like Jesus saying to the Pharisee, you know, you go and make a disciple and make him twice the son of hell that you are. And so I think sometimes we don't have the community, we don't have the life that we can invite someone to taste and see. And so like it's really like you're arguing for this gospel, you're arguing for Christ, and then you can't invite people to come and see, to taste and see, because there's nothing there. And so like, yeah, and like you're saying, Paul, Peterson's like, focus on the doing, like build that community, make your put your family in order, put yourself in order, clean your room. Then you can say, like, you can make the argument. And if someone's like, I don't know, you're just like, come see. And then you can have that. But so many times, like our mega churches and our suburban neighborhoods, and we're all disintegrated. We're all sort of scattered and isolated, and we don't have a thing to come and see. We just have like a hunger. That's all we got.
Well, and that's what I can see the inclination, although I've had the conversations. I disagree with some of the things communicating about pulp structures and everything else. But what their inclination is what is our due? So one of the things 12-step programs have great advantages. It's a very defined doing. Like you come in and you start progressing, and there's this progression. You walk with someone who teaches you, right? Because the Great Commission is, yeah, go do it, but teach them to do. Like that's a lot of living and stuff, right? And so there's some doing. So Gavin, I want to have a question for you. I don't know that you're a part of a church. Like, what does doing look like for you as you're in this space of people?
So that's a good question. Basically, I started taking my employment very seriously, as if I'm doing God's work. And so I was in missile defense for like 5 or 6 years. And at one point I started paying attention to like the fruit of my labor and like the creativity that I'm doing, and tried to search out, like I tried to actually have an influence in the Defense Department, which, you know, Jacob would say was pointless, and rightfully so. Like he thinks it would be pointless to even try something like that. Like I sent an email to the 4-star general, for example, at the arsenal. But but I had to give it a shot to have an influence in my what I considered community. And if no one's listening, then I'll go find somewhere else to go. And so I've just been moving from one place to another, just seeking out a better company. And I've arrived at a place where I'm every step of the way, I had to go through these challenges that were allowed for learning and growth and self-transformation. And so there's that. And then there's being a husband and a father. So these things aren't easy, but they do, I see the fruit, I see the transformation. And then also there's a part of me that's thinking about people who don't have any of that. So for example, there's people who don't have a spouse and don't have children. And so I could see where they would be pulled toward like a church or something like a family, right? There's the people who don't have family, and I can see where there's a need for a family, and a church offers that, whereas I haven't felt that need. You could argue I could be going there and trying to, be part of that family for those people. And so, yeah, there is that argument. But yeah, I've sought out this kind of deep, meaningful life through just the everyday life. Every moment for me is sacred. Even in the bathroom, I can imagine the way that you should be using the toilet, right?
The platonic ideal of taking a crap.
Well, there's a difference between toilet paper and a bidet, right? There's a lot of things in life that people just don't. We just go through the motions, and it's not even every breath we take. It's just we take it for granted. We don't. We aren't thinking about how we could transform as a person and as a community, trying to help those around us. So there's all kinds of little things that we do that have a lot of indirect effects that we just ignore. And so I try to, I just try to.
That's a very Christian answer, Gavin. I mean, that's beautiful. I mean,
that's great.
Kind of where it, the biggest battleground you have in terms of trying to live out these principles is, quite frankly, with your family. Because they know how to push all your to really push yourself to be that in your family. I mean, we all push buttons so easily, and it's kind of that most important deal. And I like how you tied, even if you're single, you can find family communities, and it's important, right?
Yeah. So estuary represents a way to find a community. And there's others, like, if I were single, I imagine I would be part of a community of people who like to go rock climbing and canoeing down rivers, fishing. But yeah, community is really important. And it's nice if we can, like, the thing that we do, I think that we're doing is we're showing people, ideally we can show people how to get along with those that we disagree with. And, it's basically embodying, I think Paul has it at the top of his Twitter. Let Paul say it. What is it you're trying to do that you stayed on Twitter, Paul? You're equipping people.
I got to find it. Hang on. There's my profile. I want to major in equipping those who follow me with the things that against such things there is no law.
Right.
That's from the book of Galatians, the passage on the fruit of the Spirit. And it, love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, self-control. And it's an amazing list. And then what he says right after it is equally amazing. Against such things there is no law, which is an astounding thing to say, because no matter how totalitarian a country, every form of human community depends on some implementation of those 9 things. And people want to debate, I was thinking this morning how Trump derangement syndrome is sort of parallel to anti-wokeism. I mean, people can go off the deep end on both directions. And what's amazing is that there is this space, against such things there is no law, that you just can't have being without this. And so then pointing to that and focusing on that, you begin to say, and then people can get into debates about, Trinity or non-Trinity and Jesus or non-Jesus. And again, I'm a Calvinist Christian minister, so, and Luke will verify that I am such a thing. So I'm not doubting Christ or any of this, but as a Christian, I believe that truth is in fact built into creation. And so the fact that anyone in the world can discover these things, against such things there is no law, that being is absolutely dependent on, that health, that reality runs in a certain direction. I think it's just true. And part of why Peterson grabbed the zeitgeist as he did was because he could make that evident. He exposed it. He helped people see it. And there were all these little tells that he kept pointing out and said, this is curious, this is curious, this is curious. Why is reality like this? So.
Tyler.
Oh, Tyler, good. Someone to
wild Tyler
me.
appears.
I just finished breakfast, so I'm not going to take you all into the bathroom, you know.
But it's sacred, Paul.
I hope you have a good day.
Thanks for jumping on Grail Country.
All right. Take care, guys.
See you, Paul.
He can play audience in the bathroom.
What brings you here, Tyler? Were you listening in?
Testing.
We can hear you.
Here.
Okay, great. Okay, fixed it. I had an echo. I hate echoes. They're the worst things ever.
Unless you're making a 70s acid rock record.
Beautiful exception. Yeah. Yeah, purely in the context of hearing yourself speak. Otherwise, yeah, you're right. Echoes in music are extraordinary. Very well. In a sense, all tones are merely the indistinguishable echoes of a certain beat, right? Every tone that we have, every note is just the same repeated beat, so fast that we can't distinguish between them. And that's what we call a pure tone. Same thing is true for light. Pure color is that same process.
What do you mean?
The almighty algorithm in the sky told me somebody was talking about community. That's why I'm here. And the desire to do. It's fascinating how interesting. I open up the stream and you guys are talking about the thing that I'm most fascinated by lately. Because everywhere I go, this is what I hear. People want to do.
I like to try to point out why what we're doing here is important. I've had to try my best to convince my wife as well. So I've developed some good arguments. So that's what I try to like. There is something we're doing here that is important, and I've said, if you've listened to anything I've said, I was on Facebook and nobody was doing it. Whatever it is, I was looking to talk to people that I disagreed with in a way like Paul's talking about, with the right spirit, with, compassion, self-control, trying to embody that, and no one would engage with me. And I think people don't know how to do it, and it isn't valued. And so, that's what I want to do here. So it does mean that we have to talk about things we disagree with so that we can show people how to do it right. I think it's important.
Great.
Yeah, Abigail.
Abigail.
Okay, so what is happening here? So what is being done? It's because sometimes it's derogatively pointed to as something like pure intellectual, whatever, right? Just the sharing of ideas. There's definitely in this space more emotive aspect, right? There's more sharing of feeling too. Hence, well, I think that's partly why I'm here. There's a lot of places in the internet that ideas are being discussed, but not everywhere do you also have a deeper understanding for why the ideas are being discussed. So that, okay, so yeah, then that's my question. What is happening here?
For me, I think it's integration, and I think it's healing. I think we're disintegrated both as in our society, which is clear, but we're also disintegrated within ourselves. So between our intellect and our spirit, we'll say, we're not, things aren't working together, and so, like, even though we're talking intellectually about things at times, other times we're talking very personally, and I've had conversations where we're talking about some sort of philosophical concept, then we immediately move to a Bible story, then we're immediately talking about like something that just happened to us with our close relationships. and all of that, and it all tied together miraculously. Like we're trying to find and that's kind of what I was talking about earlier when I was talking about mysticism being internalized theology. Like theology isn't just the systematic thing that kind of works together as this machine in the sky that manages things. It's something that's there to bolster you and build you up as a person, as well as give you tools to see and navigate and do all the things you need to do in the world. But it's also like when we're disintegrated, we're not growing. We're divided against ourselves. We're but that when we're integrated, when these things come together inside of us, then we're becoming something. We're being created. Like, and
are you integrated?
Am I integrated?
Yeah.
I don't know. No, I'm not. I'm divided against myself all the time.
Are you more integrated than you were before you found your way to this place?
Yeah. Like I fell apart internally, like, in my early 20s. Everything kind of just like nothing worked together. Everything was kind of like here and there and whatever. And like externally, like I'd never had like a disaster where I never became addicted to anything. I never I never suffered really from depression or other external symptoms. Like I basically, I kept working and I met my wife and we got married and had a family and all that stuff. So
why are you trying to diminish it? Wait, why are you trying to diminish your suffering?
Why am I trying to diminish it?
Yeah, you're doing a lot of down talk on it. Like you're doing a lot of caveats, like trying to describe it as it wasn't that bad. Sorry,
yeah,
I feel like talking to you right now, Jess, because I love you so much. I love you so much, truly. Like the things that you say, you're just.
No, but it's true, but because I haven't, because I've suffered internally, I haven't. It's not obvious.
Well, what are you comparing it to though? Like when you're doing that diminishing like thing, what? Like
I don't know. Someone who is suffered more externally, had more obvious tragedies.
So like when people like give up on things and so you never gave up on.
They've had a spouse that dies, or their parents die when they're young, or they live in a place where, it's war torn.
So you felt like you've had a comparatively good life.
Yeah. Been super blessed. Amazingly blessed.
But if you're internally,
to put a fine point, go ahead. And I'll jump out here, but to put a fine point on what we're doing here, I think what Gavin described is he came here, found some people to talk about things, and this has inspired him to try and go out in his family, in his workplace. Like, I think there's like parallel paths. Like we can create some structures or communities, and I know like you're trying to do that, like some real tangible places where people can find that. But I think the other thing that happens here is, and I can just say this happens for me, and it's the reason why I go to a church. It's the reason why I'm plugged into recovery communities and things like that, is that I want to take it and apply it where I'm at, family, work, my locality, friends. And so I think that's like, we don't have to have a physical community that's branded this little corner or estuary or something like that to get the things that we have here, like Jess is talking about integration or whatever, and then to go out and start living our life like Gavin, because like how Gavin described that, that's what I want to do, and I hope church does that for me. Mm-hmm. I hope that my recovery communities do that for me. And so what Gavin shared, I think the most important thing is to go start doing where you're at, like be the transformed person, have some ways to help people integrate, heal, discuss. And even if they don't want to discuss it, you be that changed person and live it so you can be a light to other people.
That sounds great.
Yeah, that's good, Lance.
That sounds great.
Sorry, Abigail. She's one of the smartest ones on this screen right now, so we need to make sure we get her comments.
Oh, I guess, yeah, the thing of like diminishing suffering is real. And I agree with Gavin that it's not healthy. Because I don't know, like you can't really compare. I guess you can't really compare it. Like say that you have like a little kid like scrapes his knee or something. That's maybe the worst thing that has ever happened to him, and it's really bad. Even if some other little kid is like starving somewhere,
Right.
he's still like that suffering still matters. Then even if you are super blessed, like if you're suffering internally, you just like can't feel it, and it's sort of there's like a wall. Doesn't do you any good. Then it makes you feel guilty because you're like, well, I know I'm doing great. Why am I not happy? That's worse.
So the suffering seems better when the loop is closed, like when you're comforted. Something comforts you at some point. Otherwise, it's just misery.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So sometimes it feels like maybe we recognize the lack is not that we haven't received, but that we're not able to give what we have.
Mm-hmm.
And so there's an aspect of that pressure that seems to be present everywhere, where everyone's talking about doing stuff, which I think is that feeling of having so much but not knowing how to give. And whatever it is you have, like everyone's got different stuff. Some people have finances, some people have time, some people have all these. I mean, like the amount of talent gathered even in just this like small little call here is extraordinary. Like like if you were to just concentrate your efforts on making something, just building something together, or cooperating together, like just not just in a conversation, but in anything, it's extraordinary what could be done. And so I do have a sense that, well, there is more of that to be done, right? Together. In other words, that there's a networking process which is occurring right now, where people are determining through conversation, and also bettering themselves at this very capacity through conversation, who it is that's able to do this. Because I think at some point you're going to have an extraordinarily gifted subculture of conversationalists. It's already kind of present, but they're going to be able to vary across a wide ranging set of topics, find the pieces and threads that bring them all together, and then find ways to unify according to that understanding, right? And then to see in a multi-perspectival sense, if we want to bring in some Vervaekeisms, like what it is that you can do in justifying the positions of both. That's the idea of, well, of being heard actually is what it is.
Lance, I'd really love to hear your take on this, because your experience with recovery groups seems very relevant to this. The idea of anonymity is in my like, I don't know that that's the right word, because it takes it into this domain of like privacy, which I'm not trying to relate here. It's what you were just talking about, Emmy. And that is that we're scared. I'm going to say I'm scared, right? I'm scared to expose my resources and my weaknesses both, right? And so there is a durability that comes from like going into the gritty environment of a recovery meeting, where I see myself as one of the people who is in this humble situation, regardless of what my resources are. And the way that the recovery programs have developed that environment to be safe, through sort of the process of not providing answers. You kind of went to that territory, Lance, where you're like, or no, maybe it was Chad was saying that he sees he was associating the anonymity with with the idea of but going
Oh, Shane, you're roboting.
We're probably just getting to the good parts.
I know. Uh-oh. Now we can't hear Shane.
Incredibly insightful, Shane. That's beautiful.
Lance, do you want to try to respond to any of that? Well, Shane, maybe you can. You can.
But yeah, I think in some ways
exit
that
and rejoin.
We'll come back into what Luke was talking about. It's this kind of getting into this scarcity mindset, right? Where you talk about, and that applies to what you're willing to share. He talked about resources and some of these other things. I think people are a little gun shy. I would say that there's the right place and moment. Like there are and you guys know this about me, there are conversations in what I'll share about myself offline that I never would share online, just because this isn't the right vehicle for that. But I would say that recovery communities, at least in my life, have not held a corner on the capability to have real vulnerability and taking the mask off and being able to share that. Like I could just say I've been a part of different men's groups where that happens. I was a part of this really amazing group called Focus, where you go through these, like they put you in these personal experiences, and you almost your base self, you start to feel it. And so people start realizing what it's like to be on the other side of them. It's very challenging. People there get very real. And so there are lots of avenues for that. And I think if you could say, what could we do, Tyler? I think one of the things we can do is create spaces where, and we would have to model that as leaders, but we provide spaces where people are no longer afraid, right? And when you see other people sharing and being vulnerable and doing that, then that gives people the permission to do it themselves.
Well, can I disagree with that, though?
Go ahead.
Well, I think fear is incredibly useful, and to rid ourselves of it is, well, truly impossible. So I think what you wind up doing is you wind up overfitting the environment when you do that, and so you're like constructing it in such a way that no harm can come. That's the idea, which is really useful for certain kinds of situations. So so I'd like to point out that the pattern which takes place in AA is for a very select group of people that have reached a certain kind of failure state, right? And it develops a certain brand of humility, let's see, like with the nature of weakness. And the way that one responds to that, the kind of recognitions you have to have and the patterns that you have to begin to inhabit in order to reclaim like the right relationship you have with yourself, is a particular set. And it's been quite successful. I mean, my own father passed the program numerous times before it kind of finally settled into him. And I don't think it had anything to do with when he wasn't actually attending any programs, when he did finally have a realization about it. But it has been very useful to him as a way of engaging his energies in the world that helps maintain a protectiveness to that easy trap of falling back into it. And in a sense, that's like, there's a whole lot to be done in the world, like a whole lot. In a sense, we represent just a few perspectives in this small group. And I kind of range all over, and I talk to so many different people, and I hear lots of different things. And just the nature of the internet itself, if you open your ears and your eyes a little bit wider, it's well, there's a lot going on in the world. And so when I think about when I think about what the possibility of unity entails, when I finally accept the nature of creation, but what it entails between us in a conversation, or as a community of any size, or as a world, right? Like when I bring the whole thing into perspective, it's quite a different story. Like, what is it to voluntarily participate in the creative act of deciding what your day looks like, right? What your world actually looks like. the kinds of buildings that you inhabit, the kinds of ways that you utilize energy, the kinds of ways that you responsibly grow food. The point about growing food is beautiful. There's so much about the state of the world that I think we can actually participate in. And prior to that final participation, let's call it, we have this beautiful moment of virtuality where in like the fullest expression of our creative languaging, we can come together and describe to each other what might be possible when you take the whole thing in, the whole thing, not just my private experience and my private life, but the whole thing. And that's what we're confronted by. And you break in any time, Lance. Yeah, just come on.
No, I was just curious. So I was trying to figure out, I didn't disagree with anything you said there. So it seemed like you wanted to disagree with me on.
I'm not pushing you too hard yet.
Well, so I guess I'm just trying to figure out what you were disagreeing with me with respect to that.
Disagreeing?
Yeah, I thought you said you wanted to maybe have a point of disagreement on what I just shared. Just curious.
Well, I kind of rambled on there, the initial disagreement. So fear is really valuable when it comes to remembering certain things about creation, certain things about the way we live with each other. So memento mori. We have a life cycle for a reason. We have death for a reason. There's a certain boundary condition that represents fear. Like it's always present. It's the ultimate no, right? The more you lean into it, the more it says no. Mm-hmm. And that's important. You have to have that. And I think you have to be aware of what it feels like, and you have to be aware. So a big part of what's happening in our culture right now is not enough children were played with in a rough enough way for them to understand the nature of fear and boundaries. I'm really serious about this. Like I see it all the time, especially in children. Like they're not attended to physically with touch enough. Everyone's on their devices, and it's producing profound effects on people. So there's all sorts of things that need to be done in the world, I think, not the least of which is something I just pointed to, which is a strange artifact that that our hands are now full of electronic devices.
Yeah, but where I wouldn't disagree, like, so for example, like one of the things that I'll just bring a biblical context, but there's a difference between fear and being afraid. So one of the things you'll always notice, like when something, whether it be an angel or Jesus, or they always say, "Do not be afraid," right? Versus the fear. Like I think there are healthy fears that we have, right? That I think you were pointing to. I think one of the things that's important is this kind of sense you see this in some recovery groups. We neither regret the past nor wish to shut the door on it, right? And so you don't forget. You kind of like Jordan Peterson talks about, like you grab this thing that you're most and you kind of stare into the abyss, but you look at it, like you quit running away from it, and through that process of pressing into that, you move through it, right? So one of the and another thing I would talk about, which is when I talk about vulnerability, one of the things I've struggled with is discernment. There are certain times and places to be vulnerable, and there are certain times and places I shouldn't be.
Okay, all right. So let me. This is. I can tie this together because I failed to do it. I think I was just kind of shotgunning some ideas that should be brought together.
Well, this is a conversation, Tyler. This is what
yeah, but I think I see it now. So, the reason I'm pointing out the distinction of how it is AA unfolds, that let's say the presence of safety in that space is different in character than the needs for the presence of safety in a space that isn't characterized by people who are addicts. So the need or the amount of fear or exposure to it is different, let me say. So the amount of uncertainty necessary, because what happens when you're at the very bottom, when you've brushed up against that absolute, like the terror of knowing you are not in control, any exposure to it can send you right back to it. right? Like you just dive right back into it. So that's not the case for people who are just living ordinary lives. They don't experience it like that. They don't get yanked back down into the depths of terror when they're exposed to like momentary thrills or scary moments or a feeling of being unsafe. But the problem is more and more of our culture is saturated by people who are traumatized to that degree. And so even a word itself like can be the trigger that plummets them into like total like catastrophic explosion.
So to put a fine point, so other experiences, and I would talk through, there are vet groups that get together and do things around trauma, and vets are very specific because they want to talk to other vets, because you almost have to be a vet to truly understand kind of that dynamic. But I was also a part of a group that was called Focus here in Kansas City. And it was this process, and you can't disclose what the process is because people go through that. But it was a place that had well-trained people that knew they were going to put people in a process where it was going to bubble. Quite frankly, it was going to bubble up traumas in some people, right? But you had safe people that knew what was going to happen, were there to catch the people, right? And so like when you were saying, hey, quit downplaying your thing, like I could just say there are people that finally spoke of and dealt with child molestation or child rape that had happened to them, right? That's just, I can't imagine anything more unfathomable, right? Or those sorts of things were things that would bubble up in those instances. So I think what's really important, what you're talking about, Tyler, is the space. Like the space needs to be a place where if you're going to get into those sorts of things, then you better have some people around it that know how to catch you in that moment and walk you through it.
And he gave some pastors and some prophets and some teachers and evangelists, or whatever the list is. There's a bunch of them. You have different archetypal, they define a space. Brian Eno called it a scenius. There's a spirit that defines a space, and it's best held by an individual, right? Because it's the activities of the individuals together which define the space. Unless you want it to be a machine, and then it can just be blinking lights and whirring gears. But if you want it to be a space inhabited by people, then it needs to have that character. So there's something that holds it.
Well, and here's so those spaces, like I'm thinking about all these spaces where those sorts of things happened, where if you really want people to confront those sorts of things, there definitely was a leader. There were some people that kind of led the movement, but what they had developed were, in the simplest term, let's call them disciples, but a community of people that had been through it, knew what they were doing, they were selected. And so you had not just one person to catch, but you had a collective of people that had been through the experience, had come out the other side, and then they could go back into that place and help. Let's just say Jess talks about people being mediators and be the bridge for that person to come across that place, to help guide them across that trauma of that river of traumas or whatever that is, and get them to the other side so then they could go on and start living their life.
Yep. What if you had you ever have that feeling where you're like, I need to introduce this person to this person?
Amen. Yep. All the time. Or this thing. Yeah.
There's something like, what is it to have all of that in your head at once, right? As much as you can, and to be able to do that as much as possible, right? To continually reshuffle the network until it's finding a wholeness, right? Until these complementary things are taking place. Why don't we do more of that? It happens in business a lot. And every bit of it is then characterized by this capacity to, improve the business. But I think in a sense it might be absorbing a lot of that attention or capacity just in that act. And
it's actually hard in business as well. I just want to interrupt.
Oh, yeah.
This is one of those things I'm really interested in. Like when I'm talking about trying to transform myself and the people around me, is Like I can go through and I'm really good at seeing people's strengths and weaknesses, and but if I start talking about someone's weakness who got a promotion, and all of a sudden there's reputation on the line. There's people who don't necessarily want the one who merits a position to get that position. There's all kinds of. So I mean, I could try to be someone who says, "Oh, that person's better than me at this job. Give me a demotion." But who does that? Right? It's actually pretty hard to organize in a way that. Anyways, you saw I got excited. This is the thing that one of my most interesting topics.
No, for sure. But could you imagine being able to demonstrate it somehow? Right, like in a small case study. Like if there were an easy way to bring that relationship together, to demonstrate in at least in essence that there's something there. There's chemistry, so to speak, right? Because that's the nature of all of this chemistry. The idea that when we brush up against each other, sometimes the electrons just happen to interlock. Bing! Something happens. And it's so simple. Like it really is simple. We make it more complicated than it needs to be when we build these elaborately construct towers of Babels that, like, they're so tall that they require an enormous amount of effort to make it into God, right? The tower becomes God rather than God. And that seems to be what happens most of the time in business. And it prevents the simplicity of just people brushing up against each other going, hey, I like you. It's that simple, right? It's like, hey, I like you. And you can feel into that. And like at some point you find a place where that stops happening, right? And like there's like maybe you go beyond a certain boundary. It's like, well, okay, we disagree on sports.
Now, what do you do about the ones where I don't like you?
Yes.
It's easy whenever you like each other. It's more difficult when you get pushed into the same environment with people that don't get along well together.
Right. And I think this is fundamentally a problem of modernity. Because of the way that we've constructed the environment, your neighbors are no longer living the same lives as you necessarily. Right? You can be radically different people right next door. That's never been the case before. Like your environment has such an enormous amount to do with how you agree upon what's going on in the place. Like you go to the marketplace, you agree upon what's happening, but now everyone is getting a private experience on a screen, and they're hearing private sets of words and like private categories of thought that we call political parties or ideologies.
I think it's been happening though. It's been happening since the beginning. I mean, you get war. I mean, when people fail to communicate with mouth noises, they communicate with fists. I think Grimgriz said that, and one of the ones that we did together, Tyler. War has always happened, and it's not just modernity.
This is the division of neighbor upon neighbor. So you're right to point to the idea that the nature of conflict is always present. So we can't get rid of that, so to speak. And this is another question about fear that I would have, Lance. There's something about fear which I have to contain within myself, which acts as some kind of boundary condition. I don't have to be aware of it necessarily, but it's there. I know it's there. Like if I were to get up and do something really stupid right now, I might be able to activate it. Right. Like I know it's in there, but I'm not paying attention to it as a thing. Like if I am paying attention to it, I call it anxiety.
If you get up and start taking off your clothes, it's going to cause something to happen.
Yeah, a dance party. So what I think
party in this corner. Are we ready?
Well, actually, that's not the first. I've had numerous years ago, but in COVID times. Are we still in COVID times? It's hard to get this
end. It's always going to be COVID times. It'll never end.
Yeah, you're right. It's endemic, they say. Just like the flu.
I said that from the beginning.
Kills fewer people. There. It's incredible. All right. Not going to go down that tangent. So what you do, I think, is what you do is you allow people to segregate again. Let me say it that way. Let me use a really loaded term, okay? So I think what happens is, and it's not because you fundamentally disagree with the existence of the other thing. It's that your activities and patterns of behavior might conflict with each other. In the same way that if my eye tried to be my ear, things would suck. But together, I get to experience reality. Neither the foot says to the hand or the eye, or however that goes. You can't have differentiation without unity, without conflict. So somehow you separate and then allow those things to commingle, and you have some kind of boundary condition, we call it a membrane, which if you pass through, you must transform, or you are an alien, so to speak. Right? Like, this is just the nature of things. That's what we've done is what it seems like in modernity, what we've done is we've taken the natural order by which energy wishes to harmonize and equalize, how you and I wish to come into some kind of agreement with each other, and we've artificially segmented and fragmented that in these little corrals, these little libidinal tensions that we've determined, that smart people have determined are little levers that they can activate in whole swaths of the human population at once, and they can get what they want just by doing that. I think that has an outsized influence. So let me say it this way then, and I'll shut up. We wrestle not against flesh and blood. Don't fight with each other. What we're wrestling with are principalities, which are the distributed efforts of the will of a much smaller segment of people. That's what's happening almost always. That's influencers, that's politicians, that's everything that's going on in the world. It's somebody distributing their will. Now, in the proper course of things, there's some feedback mechanism. One prays to God and God answers. Right? One writes to one's politician and the politician changes one's mind. There's a relationship between that covenantal relationship. When that is broken, things break down. And that seems to be what's happening in modernity. There's a fragmenting of that covenantal relationship in
That's
the
what
way
happens before every war.
Yes.
Before every fight.
Which is coming, by the way. It's going to ripple outwards and
you ask, so coming back, like, what are we doing here, right? And so I think if you would see what I see Paul doing or whatever is, like, you talk about that networking piece, right? So I do that all the time. Like, I'm in real life for a 5-minute voice chat, like I meet someone and I'm like, and it might be introducing him into this community. Like, I was like, oh, you'll love these people. Or I have an individual where I'm thinking about that. Is I think we're aggregating, and I think what Paul would like to see, that's why he's supporting different YouTube channels, why he's basically saying, hey, if you see something to do, go build it. Like, you're the one who's passionate about it, and you've collected, I see my response to Mark and Manuel and Jacob is, build the thing you want. It's not what Paul wants to do, right? But as we build out these different little communities, and some people will do different things, I think there become concentrations of electrons, or people that really like have a community building up. And it might be people that want to build parallel societies or parallel communities. And that's really something that they want to do. And they want to get into action where they're going to start buying land and building things and getting together, physically close to one another. It can be, I think it's all of those things. And to me, that's what happens despite what's happening up here in the concentrated people who are going to be influencing people. If you can break out of that, like, don't plug into that principality, but get down here at the bottom, that you'll find your people,
Yeah, so you'll find your people if you can travel the highway, so to speak, right? If you can traverse the territory and get close enough to hear the conversation taking place.
Right. And so I think that's one of the inclinations that I think is right, that Jacob and those guys are talking about, which is like, listen, people need to find their way here to these communities, and they need to know that they exist. How do you put that beacon of light out there? So, for example, like the things you're working on, Tyler, which is, how is there a large enough beacon of light to where the people that would come in and want to be a part of what you're seeing? Now we're getting back to like what you're seeing and want to do things in it. Like, how do we create those attraction points that actually are seen?
Yeah. So let's talk about estuary then. right? Let's talk about the idea of that, because I can tell you. So I want to. I'll presence first. I'm aware that Paul is trying to initiate something which should be autocatalytic. So people are supposed to pick it up and then like run with it, right? Like it's a process to take over. So there's this is the problem of like, and this is the one I'm really wrestling with, is the problem of attribution and origin. People become incredibly suspicious of where things come from, or even the name of it. It could just be the name of it. So there's I've heard people talking about estuary now, right? Like they've I haven't really followed the development of I know Van Donk's involvement and like kind of like the brief timeline of it perhaps, but the idea of it as a protocol, the idea of it as a pattern, which is just to be instantiated. I've heard people talking about it now and they have opinions about it. And it's interesting how like people will just associate the idea with the people that started it. And if they have an opinion about Van Donk or PBK, then they're like, well, I don't want to do estuary. And it's just that simple. It is that simple. And I see it everywhere I go, like in all mystical circles, in all religions. Like you're unwilling to take a look at an idea because of its origin. Like, and there's a shorthand to that which makes sense. Because there are plenty of people which are really untrustworthy, and so it's good to be able to, like, instead of having to test every idea, you need to be able to develop some kind of sense of whether or not you can dismiss somebody. But I feel like I was saying stuff that didn't really matter.
No.
What's the stuff you said that matters the most, Tyler? What's the signal? The best signal?
Yeah,
if we were to clip it.
Yeah, so this is everywhere all the time. This is what I hear. The call to adventure. Okay. And the call to adventure is the Abrahamic sacrifice, which is fundamentally, like at its crux, if we're going to mix all sorts of fun metaphors, the need to sacrifice one's own sense of right and wrong. That is, that's the thing that we keep getting pressed up against all the time. That's what adventure seems to be composed of.
Yeah,
it's being confronted and tested.
When you were talking about like complementing each other, I hear reference to like the body, and then I hear ideas about, well, who's the head of the body? And this is where, like when you talk about this disagreement about right and wrong, that's where I see people think that their head, whether it's their religion or their political party or whatever, or even themselves as an individual or their whatever philosophy, they think that their head is theirs is the right head, and according to them, right? So that's what it comes down to.
I think so. Yeah, I've been trying to figure out what the signal is for that, and this is what it seems like to me: the ability to disagree without ire. It's just the ability to look at someone else and say, you know what, I disagree with you, but you can go over there and do that over there, and I'll do this over here, and we're fine.
Well, the thing that you mentioned something like the call to adventure, like in the Peterson's big on that, right? And even in this Exodus series, there was a decent chunk where they were talking about, he basically, said in which to say the properly lived life, but he was saying the Christian life, or what he could see in those things, is the call to adventure, the call to risk, which this gets into your fear thing, right? Which is a call to adventure is going to put you into places where there's danger. You're going to have a foot in order and chaos.
Yep.
Right.
And it's fun. It's fun. It is so fun. That's what fun is. That is what fun is. That's what laughter is. It's this resolution to an incredible tension.
Yeah,
sudden like shift. You're like, I thought it was going one direction, but it yanked me back the other. Wow. wow all the time. Wow. And like we lose that over time because we expect everything. Like, I've seen that before. I've seen that.
Sounds like you're
So,
swinging when you say that, Tyler. Wow.
yeah. Well, I recently swam with my children, and I'd been 20 years maybe. It was so fun. And I
It's the same
remembered,
motion. It's the same motion that you're talking about. That's why I brought it up.
yeah. Well, okay, so in a strange sense, in physics, everything can be modeled by a pendulum or a block on a string. It's all that motion. Everything. It's all like and you can take a Fourier transform and use that to describe all boundaries. So it's all that. Like, it's just vibrations on top of vibrations, and the intersection.
It's funny. I just want to throw this in here because I just posted this on in the Voxer thread this morning, and it's a little thing. I have to grab some glasses, but
you know how many private communication threads there are all over the place? It's fascinating.
Well, and talk about a woman, her and her husband decide to go out and homestead in the Canadian bush with young kids. And what an adventure that was.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And she was what it right? Right here, she has that capacity.
Okay.
She's that.
Can we mute?
Yeah, I muted him.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Okay, so I'm just going to read this because it's just so perfect. Close is what we almost always are. Close to happiness, close to another, close to leaving, close to tears, close to God, close to losing faith, close to being done, close to saying something, or close to success, and even with the greatest sense of satisfaction, close to giving the whole thing up. Our human essence lies not in arrival, but in being almost there. That's so good. We are creatures who are on the way, our journey, a series of impending, anticipated arrivals. We live by unconsciously measuring the inverse distances of our proximity, an intimacy calibrated by the vulnerability we feel in giving up our sense of separation. To go beyond our normal identities and become closer than close is to lose our sense of self in temporary joy, a form of arrival that only opens us to deeper forms of intimacy that blur our fixed controlling surface identity. To consciously become close is a courageous form of unilateral disarmament, a chance of our arm and our love, a willingness to hazard our affections, and an unconscious declaration that we might be equal to the inevitable loss that the vulnerability of being close will bring. Human beings do not find their essence through fulfillment or eventual arrival, but by staying close to the way they like to travel, to the way they hold the conversation between the ground on which they stand and the horizon to which they go. We are, in effect, always close to the ultimate secret, that we are more real in our simple wish to find a way than any destination we could reach. The step between not understanding that and understanding that is as close as we get to happiness.
Yeah, I had a tiny little short video that I made about this one thought, the only way that something perfect could be more perfect would be by being imperfect, that in the sense of being able to always become more perfect. Because I don't know, if something's perfect and it's just all there and you have it and it's done, then it's just dead. It's
lacking one thing, change.
Yeah. Then if you look with and I'm a perfectionist, and so I tend to do this, and it's very bad. So that means there's always faults to find. Then if you go with the spirit of fault finding, always, you will always find something to find fault with. And so you have to have a different perspective of
I just couldn't help but think about how Jesus calls himself the way when after reading something like that, because, and this is exactly what Ty was talking about, what Lance intimated, what Peterson talks about, being in that position, right? That with one foot in chaos and one foot in order. And Peterson makes it so clear that that is the place where we find the most meaning, right? And so, and of course, when you find the most meaning somewhere, you are what? Happy. It's just that easy. You're happy.
Okay, who's happy?
I go for equanimity.
That's
It's
very
a little
Gabby.
bit of a,
I go for not
when-
happy.
If you're aiming at happiness, you can become attached to happiness, and then when you lose it,
Oh, no, he didn't say who's aiming at happiness. He said who's happy.
Yeah.
So
In other words,
there's-
who is presently engaged in that mode right now, right here?
And
I
I
saw
told
your
you
guys' hands.
a couple hours ago it was not, okay? But I chose to be. So.
Yeah, it all comes down to choice.
I just
And
like
whether or
the
not you feel
equanimity
like you
because I want to be able to receive, like I want to know God's will, and so if I can just go into an agnostic place that's calm, I feel like I'm more receptive. But I definitely experience happiness.
Yeah, so the 0 point is where we always retreat when we don't know what to do next. That's great. That's what you do. That's the whole point of it. That's the whole point of depression. You get into a state and every single avenue looks like it's not going to be fruitful. And so you go into low power state and you wait. That's what you're waiting for, the season to change. You're waiting for an opportunity to arrive, and it does. Sometimes it's death, but other times it's a friendly neighbor or an angel on the road, right? There's something that comes into your life and initiates a change.
I'm just going to say this because I'm really bad at texting on a desktop. This is for Luke Johnson. The reading was David White. Close.
Going back to what Abigail was talking about with perfection, because this is one thing that came up as a big theme in the book of Job for me when I was going through it with Sherry. Is at the beginning it says that Job is upright and blameless. There's a sense of not quite perfection, but a completeness to Job. And it's because of that completeness, he is then chosen by God to do what? To transform. And you know, there's a way you can look at the book of Job as Job at the beginning in his completeness is a seed, and then he's thrust into the ground. he's picked off the tree, thrown into the ground, into darkness, and there he germinates and things happen to him, and he doesn't know what's going on, but he has a sense of his own integrity. He has a sense of his own reaching towards God, and that ends up transforming him into the man he becomes. And I think that's the type of perfection and completeness that God means whenever he's talking about perfection and completeness. It's the completeness of a seed, or the completeness of a tree that's going to then bear fruit. And you know, like you were saying, Tyler, there's always this season of waiting for different things to happen, because that even in that book there comes a point where Job, it says the words of Job are ended, and then this other guy comes in and talks for like 6 chapters, and Job doesn't say a word until God shows up. And that's how it is sometimes. You just go into low power mode after you've done all you can, you've expended all your energy, and then you can wait.
Yeah, I was thinking about when you were just talking about that, Jess. I think one of the ways, what are we doing here? And you talked, Tyler, you were talking about what happens with people with, triggers, traumas, what everything else. I'll do a Luke. I'll try and do a drawing, right? But the U-shaped journey, Jess,
Yeah.
you can't just take them on a bridge across that. You have to go down and pick someone and bring them out of the U-shaped journey.
Yep. That's how you know you're dealing with a guru, by the way. One that's trying to reach across that gap and just like pull you in, like, no, I got this. Just take my teaching in and everything's gonna be great right away.
Well, I mean, it's the concept of like, if you go down to the bottom and then you return, or you leave home, you go out from home and you come back, you go have an adventure and you return, you fall and then you get back up. The one that returns, the one that gets back up, the one that goes down and then back up again, you're greater than you were before. Like, that's just, it's just like, even if you fall into sin, like Jesus even says, those who have sinned, great. Those who have, whatever it is, sinned much, love much. Like, what is that? Like, the woman that's washing his feet with a perfume. Like, we didn't see any Pharisees doing that. It was it was the sinner that anointed him for burial. And so like, I think that pattern, that U-shaped pattern, is that pattern of being and how we are made. And there's no way around it. If you want to be something, you're gonna go.
You can't teach someone out of it. Like you talk about, people have to have their bottoms.
The only way around it.
Yeah, you have to have your bottoms. Like, Sherry's very much on, like, let people be. Like, you've just got to let people, like, they're going to go there. Like, we want to protect our kids from the U-shaped journey. And you can't, like, they've got to go through those U-shaped journeys, and you got to let go of the bike. You got to let them crash. If you see a friend who's suffering and not seeing it, you just got to let them hit that point, but you got to be there so they don't get stuck in the pit. And you got to be there if they are willing to lift their hand out, that you can help them come through. You can come through that. And that's to some extent, and I get it and I see it. Like, that's why I feel like I think they can be helpful to break people from materialist reductionist frames. But having been someone who participated in lots of psychedelics and lots of different things, nothing transformed me more than a real life, unchemically known bottom, and then a real person that came down to help me get out of that pit.
So whenever you show that image, the thing that comes to my mind is a surfer, someone surfing. Like, I wonder, like, if the act of surfing is the embodiment of being able to get on a wave and ride it. It allows you have to get into a flow state. Like, so it's good. Like, these ideas about when you fall, you bring it back. You can, bring that back with you to make you better, help you learn, help you, stay in the flow state, for example. That's what comes to my mind. And then it's interesting. There's you guys talk about other things, but for some reason, I guess my focus in life has been about just trying to get back up on the wave and learn how to not fall off of it, and be able to stay in that flow state. But I know that everybody's on a different path and is in a different place in their way.
Well, that's go ahead, Trey.
Well, I just wanted to ask Gavin, like, how do you learn how to not fall off? But you have to fall off. You have to fall off, right? Like, you have to fall off to learn how to not fall off. You have to know what falling off is in order to know what not falling off is.
You can learn how to fall well.
Sure, but you still have to know what falling is.
Yeah.
Well, we learn what falling is right away. Learning to walk is the same thing as learning how to surf the slowest wave.
One thing I did growing up was wade rivers, and you wouldn't be able to see the rocks. And so you could step on a rock and slide, and you would have a bloody shin. And so you learn to lower your center of gravity. You learn how to walk and step into the unknown. It's like there's a lot of things that I learned wading a river that allowed me to learn how to fall. So, but yeah, we definitely have to know how to fall, and we can get better at learning how to fall.
Well, I think, don't you think that skinning your shin is falling?
Oh yeah, that's what I was trying to say.
Okay.
Yeah, and there's dangerous things you can do where you can step up on a wet rock that's above the water, and your feet are wet, and you can fall and bust your head open and die. Right?
Yeah.
So it's like, sometimes
Okay, so
stepping
then
into the
why
unknown.
try again?
What's that?
Why try again? When you scrape your knee, why do you try again?
Well, I didn't have a choice. So.
To get to the other side, is that kind of like, why did the chicken go on the throat?
Well, like there's a failure point at some point. You give up. It's different. It's different for each person.
Yeah.
What is that?
I do like the practices like that allow you to try to embody what can be learned. Like this, like you're talking about there are these metaphors, and it's somehow related to like spiritual lessons. But I feel like I'm really into trying to do things that allow you to embody, so that you actually learn, like through some type of participatory practice.
Yeah,
And I think it is important person to person. And one of the things about that pit, like there are certain pits that only we know where those pits are. So it's important for us to go back in the pit and see who's in the bottom of that, because not everyone knows every pit, And so if it's to go back and look down and say, oh, someone's here, and there are other places that provide those opportunities to be able to go down. And like, for example, if you're going to take your sons walking out in rivers, or daughters, Gavin, you'll be able to teach them, hey, here's the way you walk in this, you can maybe help them.
Sometimes there's a trout line. I had my neighbor, he got hooked on a trout line whenever we were swimming, and my brother and I had to go save his life. It's like you become aware of the hazards, for sure.
Yeah, I was at a camp in like Connecticut recently, and I was by a river. We were wading around in a river. It was really fast rapids, and it taught me basically exactly what Tyler was saying about fear and boundaries, and how that's it's a part of life, and you have to learn how to like negotiate that, and just know where the limit is, where you end, because like we're finite beings, and it means we gotta die to death, and if something is death to you gotta stay healthily away from it. But it's just great because like also what he was saying about kids not getting enough of that when they're little, because I definitely didn't. Like I did nothing athletic in any way, so I'm 20 years old or whatever, but I'm like in a situation, I'm like literally, if I was a foot over, I could be swept away, and I'm like, oh, it's terrifying, because I had never learned how to deal with that kind of thing. But I think there's sort of two halves to it, because also what we were talking about with like, if you're really traumatized, you can't handle any kind of anything triggering, and everything is like triggering, and the fear is just too much. So there's almost two sides to it. One being, I guess, like accepting the U-shaped journey and going into fear and like testing the limits and being challenged. Then also, at least in my experience, to be able to do that and to be able to even do like the U-shaped journey or the swing is the same thing, right? You have to have an underlying sense of like trust, and that it will be okay in the end. And that, I think, also people are lacking now. So it's like too much fear, not enough healthy fear. Yeah.
I enjoyed being here. I'm going to go play audience.
See you, Gavin. Thanks
Bye,
for. Yeah, it kind of reminds me of what Peterson talks about when he's working with people that have extreme fears, and he says basically you have to start out with whatever small thing they can do, and what they're willing to do, and then ask them to do it is as much as they can. And then, but then he says, like, once you get them to like get over one fear, it's not like you have to do that with every fear. It actually like makes them braver in general, and then they're able to take on more. So you know, it kind of gets back to, I forget who was saying it, but it's like that darkness, like you kind of have to go into that darkness, whatever that specific thing is. But once you do, like, it applies to all the darknesses you face as well. And so that's really awesome. So you have to attack that one darkness specifically, and you may feel dumb, you may feel like it shouldn't matter, you may feel all kinds of things about it, or like there is even no hope. And but if you do it, like it's not that you're, you know, like, you know, that the notion like, is everything going to be okay? It's not even that. It's like, even if things are not okay, it'll be okay.
Yeah,
like it's
yeah,
deeper than that.
Yeah, exactly. So that I think turns the like despair and suffering, looking at the U-shaped journey as like, oh, despair and suffering and everything not being okay and evil, into more of the like swing, fun,
Right.
just an underlying sense of trust that's deeper.
Yeah. Well, and I even think, like, if you go into it, into the despair and into the unknown, what you end up discovering truths there.
Yeah.
It's not an endless black pit. It's not. There's actually things there, and you know, you discover. Well, you discover the part of you that makes it through that. Like, and that becomes real for you in a way that maybe wasn't before, because you have all this stuff attached to you in your life. But then when you go through a difficult experience, like, you shed all that, and you're like, oh, that wasn't me, that wasn't me, that wasn't me, that this is me. And then once you have that, then you can go through the next part. You're like, like all those things you're not attached to anymore, and so it's not so, you know, then you're not as fragile, because you know this is you. You're not, I don't know if, but there's like a refinement process that happens to you through that.
Yeah. So the question is, who do you have to learn how to trust? You. You have to learn how to trust you. Seriously. It's you don't trust.
Yeah, so
Not
sure,
all,
but
but a large part of it, I think.
Well, there's nuance there, because on the one hand, like you can easily fall into trusting the ego, which is also love, but it's just narrow and confined, and in a lot of cases destructive eventually, because it can no longer bring into that space. There's no room.
Yeah, I always bump into this whenever I talk about this kind of thing, and I probably don't talk about it the way I want to, but there's an inner journey, that the journey into yourself, that actually brings you face to face with God, and then you've met the image, right? Like the ego, the Steiner would call it, what does he call it now? Nate probably knows. Yeah, there you go. The white stone you. Thanks, Luke. There it is. Right? Because you need you have to have, like, we demonize the ego to the point that we think that it's not good, and it's just there is an ego that is good, right?
Well, okay, so there's a self that is good, right? When that self identifies, right? Right, when the self identifies with the divine, when you recognize the divine in yourself, so that you are the product of the divinity.
The image. Yeah.
Right. So when you don't recognize that, that's the ego. That's this constrained image, and it's isolated. And the ego,
I think it's a like, in my mind, I have a picture of a little tiny ego. It's one of those, like,
it's very tiny. It is. Yeah, it's like
happy dog, that just won't shut up, right? But the white stone image is it's the true ego. It fills up all the things, right, in your life, and I guess I want to keep using the word ego because I want to take the sting out of it.
Yeah.
It's like using the word death, you know, to take the sting out of it, right? It's something like that because we're so easily swayed by language that we're going to throw the baby out with the bathwater. And there is a kind of ego that is, it's the white, like Luke said, it's the white stone you, right? It's who you always already are.
Yeah. That, and because it's like more particular and more individual even than the like false or bad ego. And it's true, especially in at least the brand of Christianity that I grew up with. The idea was to throw the baby out with the bathwater and to be like, you have to not be you, and you have to not be an individual, and you're just like supposed to be like Jesus or whatever. And that's so harmful. And I think I keep using the image of the cross, and like you say, death, I keep using the image of the cross for this, because that's like the ultimate, like, oh, horrible thing. But how I interpret it is like being finite and being an ego and being a particular being.
Yeah. And
accepting that and fully, and then when you accept that, you go through that like into transcendence. And if you
I'm not entirely sure because I'm not really that familiar with Jung, but I always get the sense that this is what he means when he talks about individuation. Right? Like that this is where you, like, you are only in relationship to God are you that you, okay? Are you that ego? Without the relationship, then you're just that little small yappy dog, right? But anyway, that's how.
Oh, and this, well, so partly what I think is happening is you're pointing to stuff that you arrive at on the other side of the you. And so from a certain perspective, it's difficult to understand without having confronted that sense of self, right? You have to experience that to kind of know what you're pointing to. But there's this other aspect where the pathological ego, the reason why we have the word ego, like the reason why it was created, why it was studied, why it became this thing we can point to, is what it seems like to me is it's like a vacuum that hoovers up all of the exploitations in an environment. That's what it wants to do.
Exploitations? Like, what do you mean by that? Exploitations?
Well, so what the ego seems to do is rearrange the world to suit its own needs more and more. It rearranges more and more of the world to suit its own needs. And to do that, what it does is it uses this predator-prey relationship where you look for and exploit weaknesses. If you go to business, like you'll hear men talk to each other about this all the time and using this language. Well, I exploited this weakness, and I found this loophole, and it's just constantly doing that. And what it's doing is it's like gathering together all of the weaknesses, right? And so that tiny bit inside our brain that represents like the coming together of all of that, right, brought together from the world into this little moment, is just a reflection of the world. It's a reflection of the state of the world. It's a reflection of that which actually is. It's just the ugliness of it. And it's pouring outwards from an individual now rather than, if they had been paying attention to not exploiting the weaknesses, but encouraging and engendering love. So that there's something about what's occurring there that is allowing us in total to perceive the actual state of the world. So when every dictator ascends to the top and exploits the weaknesses along the way, it's just showing us an aspect of ourselves. It's an aspect of the world that we've created and lived in and that we have to contend with. And this is, I think, why I was pointing to principalities earlier. There's an aspect of what it is to come together and to be together that has within it an implicit responsibility with regards to the nature of, well, what participation our voice has in the world. So if politics is the realm of the voice, right, the realm of influence, the realm of making decisions and governance. I missed that. the last second. Then what is it that's taking place here between us? There's no governance. The ego isn't the same as the self. Correct. Do you just click on stuff and it highlights it? Is that how it works?
I think.
Oh,
Well, you have to be an admin.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I'm assuming. Yep.
But yeah, that's all I'm doing.
Your ego is not your amigo. My favorite.
Jason says, I don't think Sherry and Abigail are using the word ego quite the same way Tyler's describing it.
Yeah.
I think maybe talking more about something like a centered self-identity.
I don't even know, Jason, to be honest with you, what I'm talking about.
Well, isn't there like the thing that you think you know what you are, and then there's actually what you are?
Yeah.
Sort of. I mean, sort of, guys. Come on. We have to build something, though. We got to at least build memory. Let's talk about that. So, I'm aware of my body decaying and falling away, but what would God be if things were forgotten? So nothing can be forgotten. I can arrive at this from different metaphysical directions. So stop me if you want me to do that. But nothing can be forgotten. If that is the case, then trailing behind me, literally to eternity, is an unbroken contingent trail of memory.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Like I try to imagine that behind the veil of.
What about forgiveness? Doesn't.
Yes. Okay. That's the point I didn't get to. But do you want to take it and run with it?
No, I'm asking you.
That's what gets sacrificed, I think, is you sacrifice the ego, which is this process of forgiving that total collective exploitation of weakness. It's like all of our weaknesses, all of our frailties, all of our sins, all of the ways in which we've failed to attend to the world in which it should be, is gathered together up to the most powerful and influential amongst us and given back to us. And we have to deal with it. And we do it to ourselves. And like when the ego gets in charge, it gets undermined by the shadow, strangely enough, right? The edges of our awareness. And that same process occurs culturally as the tyrant enlarges and extends its reach. The edges of culture suddenly come into more and more awareness, right? The snake whispers to them. You can have a knowledge of good and evil, right? You can see that the tyrant is actually evil. You thought he was good, but he's actually evil. And then that shift, that inversion, is an alienation. And that's a separation from God, because when you were with God, everything was fine. You were in the garden, right? You were part of the proper political party, right? You're part of the proper country, the proper ideal. But the moment that switches, you feel alienated, you feel the distance, and then you have to do something to come back to it. What do you do to come back to it? Well, that coming back to it is what's happening right now. That's what I see happening in these conversations. People are groping back towards that, which is only present when we are together.
Which is?
God.
Right.
The experience of the divine, the experience of not the infinite sea of terror alone, which is always ever present, but also the infinite sea of yes. Right? That thing which calls us upwards and outwards despite the scraped knee. That if you learn how to walk on the land, one day you'll get to surf. And you don't even know about surfing yet. And then maybe one day you'll get to ride a rocket to the moon. Or do something mundane like have a child, which is the craziest adventure of all.
I was going to say mundane.
Yeah. It's the everyday.
Procreation is mundane.
No, the act of procreation is anything but the day-to-day act of like raising.
I was actually not thinking of the act of it. I was thinking of the fact of it. That you have participated in the creation of an actual human being. You know, I was Right, I know, and we've made it mundane. But you know, like I remember driving my neighbor to the hospital, and she was pregnant. She was in labor, and before we got there, she had the baby in the car. And the thing that really struck me was that I was like, oh, that's weird. Now we're 4 people in the car. You know, like because her daughter was with us, so it was like me and Liz and Bailey, and then now all of a sudden now there's a 4th human being, a person who needs a seatbelt or a car seat. There's regulations for this person. Like suddenly everything changed.
That's how they get welcomed into the world.
In an
Regulations.
instant, you know, and it's like that's we just really failed to. Yeah, I don't know. It just hit me. You know, we're driving down the road and all of a sudden there's 4 people in the car. Just like, what? That's crazy. But maybe I just think it's crazy. Maybe it's not crazy to anyone.
Can you quantify it though? So this is the question: can you quantify it? Is it 4 whole people?
What do you mean?
Well,
Quantify it. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm quantifying it. Oh, yeah, no. I mean, that person might not fill up the same amount of space, right? But
or experience or understanding or capacity, you know, none of it.
Right. But
potential wise, the baby actually has you beat maybe.
Yeah, we're all just we're all larger than life is essentially right. The situation at hand.
Mm-hmm.
And, yeah.
And that seems to be how we evaluate things, is the degree to which it can participate in the furtherance of itself for however long it can. Eternity is the life. Motion is that which has persisted for eternity.
Yeah.
Death is all those patterns which have died out. And like, since you have to come back around to everything, I mean, resurrection is kind of baked in this eternal return. But what is it to develop? It's not just like a return, but it's also a gathering together and accumulating of complexity and capacity over time. That happens too.
Yeah, not letting go of what is not part of. I keep wanting to read David Bentley Hart's Tradition and Apocalypse because it seems to be talking about all of this and like the continuity of a tradition over time, which is basically the same thing as the continuity of an entity or a life or person over time. But I just haven't finished it yet. But
I kind of made the same argument in regards to the annihilationist perspective, right? That you can't annihilate a human being from the face of the earth because of memory, right? Because all of creation remembers that person. And so how do you'd have to destroy everything in order to annihilate the one person from existence. It would be a complete destruction of everything, for every single person you annihilated.
Yeah, it seems like a very strong claim to make as a limited human being.
Yeah, right? Yeah.
To know that anything is utterly destroyed. How are they going to measure that? Are they going to stick around for eternity and see if it doesn't show back up?
They'll just pass it on to the next person. Oh, wait.
Forever proclaiming like a punchline that never lands. Aha, see, it never came back.
Yeah.
It's crazy. But what is that spirit that wants things to end forever? There is a spirit that's like that.
Yeah, that's right. There is. And that's a good question, actually. What do you think, Tyler?
Well, I mean, we have all sorts of names for it. It's often not discussed, though. Really not understood.
Yeah. Too often, I think that people get that spirit mixed up with their concept of God. At least I know that I always used to think that was good and that was how I was supposed to feel. And I was Basically, oh, Fagor. Okay, that'll do.
I don't know who that is. Can anybody explain that to me? Belphegor? Who's that?
Well, it's a demon, saying clearly. In demonology, I'm sure it has a specific, just like in. All right, let's check it out.
Black and death. Oh, he presides over the sin of sloth. Okay.
Oh yeah. Oh yes. Very good. I like that. Was
I like
Nate?
that too. Yeah, that's good. That's really good.
Well done, Nate. Very beautiful. Yes, because the ultimate of sloth is ceaseless activity, right? The ceasing of activity. Excuse me. The ceasing of activity. So that's the death of all things. Yes.
So this is the spirit of annihilationism, then, Nate? Is what you're saying? Is it's apathy? That makes a lot of sense to me, actually. A lot of sense. Yeah. Just wipe it off the face of the, just wipe it out. Then you don't have to think about it. Yeah. Perfect.
Potential has the potential to be unlimited, right, Nate? That's the wave that we're riding. Like we're building a particular surfboard to surf. Well, okay. We can say it this way. God gifted us a particular surfboard to surf a particular set of waves, and we call that the human body. Right? We're surfing these waves of potential energy and making decisions about what to do with creation. Like that's the gift that we have, that we get to participate in what to do with creation. And so now we get to come back to the question of what do we do? Right? So like, what do we do? Are we a shepherd? Do we work in a cubicle coding for a mega corporation? Do I pay taxes to my country? Like, do I argue with my neighbor if they're not the right political party? Do I fight with them ceaselessly at the ballot box?
I would say yes.
Stuff mundane.
I would just say yes to all of that.
Yeah.
Because that's life, right?
That's because you're on the other side of the U, I think. That's why.
Okay.
Because you've traveled you've found your place. Like you've settled into it and you're like, yes.
You think I'm done now? Should I leave the stream?
No. Because there's do you know Wheeler's it's a good joke. It's good enough joke. But you know Wheeler's, well, maybe not. Wheeler's depiction of the universe is this giant U that he draws. And then there's an eyeball, like a cartoon eyeball on one side that's looking back to the other stem of the U.
Yeah.
That's Archibald Wheeler, the polymath, the guy that everyone thought was the smartest guy in the room when they were all designing nuclear weapons. So it's very well. There's okay. When you look back, what is it that you can convey to the other side? Because I am struggling with this with my children. Like I can speak to them wisdom, right? I can speak to them wisdom, and they can't hear it. They can't hear it at all.
Yeah, no, they can't, and so that's why sometimes you have to take the time to explain it, and sometimes they just have to listen.
Well, I don't. Yeah, so I don't know how to get the. Well, so I don't know what listening actually entails in certain circumstances.
Well, it just means doing what they're told. That's basically it.
Yeah. Right. Without understanding.
Without any understanding. Yeah. And, and
okay, but they're aware now. They're aware now, Sherry. They ate the apple or whatever fruit we want to depict it as. They're aware of good and evil now. Because of trauma in their life, they've woken. Let's say they've woken up early to the idea that they have some sense of sovereignty. Mm-hmm. We'll call that the result of divorce, right? The great divorce is, in fact, the moment when we come to a recognition of a separation. So that I think that's always happening. Now the question is, like, when one has left the garden, how do you get back to them? Well,
how do you get them back into the garden?
No, how do you reach them again so that they remember the presence, the divine presence?
Well, I mean, according to the scriptures, once a person leaves the garden, they're in the world of thorns, right? So the thing is, it's like you can't save them from the pain. And this is it's really hard thing to think about as a parent. I remember when my daughter was born and they put her in my arms and I looked down at her, all I could see was a world of pain coming straight at her like a freaking freight train.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And I was just like, oh man, this is brutal for me. But all I could do was prepare them for it, right? And not in a like not tell them that the world is coming to get them, but to give them the wherewithal to overcome when it did. So I never told them that the world was a bad place, and I never told them that it was always a gift. Everything is a gift, right? But I wanted them to have enough. What's the word I'm looking for here?
But you're describing the garden to them there. You're describing the world as garden to them when you say it's a gift. It's only a gift. That's what you're describing. Yeah.
I don't know. I just think I never thought about it as the garden, because to me the garden is a world of naivety, and in order for them to be overcomers, they have to be they can't be naive, and this is why they're not in the garden. You see,
right? Okay. Well, I'm trying to understand when you say to them, the world is only a gift. What is that feeling that you're attempting to convey to them?
That there is a giver.
And that giver also gives thorns.
No. No, but maybe.
Well, that's the struggle. That's the realization. That's what I mean. So like,
right.
So the reason my children won't listen to me, let's say, the reason they make a decision not to listen, and sometimes they listen, sometimes they don't. And yeah, sometimes they come back and they say, you know what? Why are you always right, Dad? Why are you always right? They say that to me, but then they don't. Well,
see, okay, so somebody says here, I think it's fine to say God gives thorns. I do too, and I self-censored when I made that last move, to be honest, because see, the thing is, when you say no to your children, Tyler, and they don't know because they haven't gotten there yet, they don't have that kind of understanding, that's a thorn for them. It's painful. They don't want to experience whatever that no entails, right? Like they can't go to their friend's place, or they can't have something, or whatever it is, right? That's a terrible, painful thing to them, and yet it isn't.
Well,
because you're doing something that you know is good for them. So, and I'm not trying to minimize pain and suffering by any stretch of the imagination, but it's complicated. Let's just put it that way.
I know that's partly why I'm questioning it, because of its complicatedness. Well, because that continual dissatisfaction with being granted the aim of their desires, if they never give up, what that does is it produces such incredible tension in their system that they'll have a resource to fuel themselves with for a decade or more at least. That's what happens to these people that just wrestle eternally with creation. They say, no, I want it. I want this. I need it. This is me. This is what I want. I want it now. And at some point, we either beat that out of our children, or they get to a point where they break free of something, and all of that unmet desire is unleashed as ambition on the world. It's just like the uncoiling of that spring, I think. I don't know. I mean, I'm not very, I give my children a lot. I don't like restrict them artificially, not material, but experience. And I do this weird, I do this weird game where I'm trying to understand the nature of gift giving, because counterintuitively, the more gifts I give, the more entitlement they feel.
That's right.
It's so strange. I just want to feel good giving a gift.
Yeah.
Right. I see this thing and it's the purity of it. It's just, oh, I wish I had that when I was a kid. Or I wish I had that experience. I'm going to give it to them. And I give it to them. And I don't know, it just accumulates this sense of entitlement.
I think you have to figure out how to introduce the concept of them giving and being generous. I tried to do that with my daughters a little bit, like what, not everything is yours. Like, yes, this is yours, but you could give it to somebody else. And that means you don't have it anymore, but look how happy they are. And they're pretty young, so they haven't really grasped that yet. But I think that's kind of the way. And then you start, because you can give miserly if you feel like obligated to, but if you're giving from a position of grateful, knowing that everything's been given to you, then that's where you get the joy. If you always think giving is taking away from you, then it's not going to be that's not going to be an exciting thing to you. So the reason why as parents we like to give to our children is because we already see the experience of raising them as a gift.
I used to start out with, every morning I would come into the kitchen, the kids would be up or whatever, and I'd open their curtains and say good morning, and I'd say, good morning, children of the Lord, children of God. And it was a reminder to me that they were not mine, that they were given to me, right? And it gave me a sense of responsibility in a way that I probably wouldn't have experienced otherwise, I think. So I wasn't necessarily tasked with making their lives easy, because you know what? My father never made mine easy. And I'm not talking about my earthly father. I'm talking about my heavenly father, right? And so I already knew that the road that I'd had to travel to get to the point where I could say, good morning, children of God, was one that was strewn with obstacles. And that those were my gifts, in a sense, because they got me to where I was going, right? Which was that spot right there, that day, that morning, over the steaming bowl of porridge that they didn't want to eat, right? But they had to. And yeah, I don't know. The word that I wanted to use earlier was resilience. Like children are naturally very resilient. They bounce like little balls. Like they really do. Like they forget easily.
If they have a loving, nurturing mother, I think this is true.
Yeah, but they're also quite amazing in really tragic situations. Like children, can just visit, like, or watch a video of kids in a refugee camp. Like seriously, they're playing and laughing. Okay, not all the kids, sure. There's always exceptions to the rule, but I think God has given children that natural resilience that it's like the flexibility that they're born with in their bones, right? And then as they age, it gets harder and it breaks more easily. And that's what happens to us as we get to be adults, right? We get a little more rigid and unflexible, and we break apart. And so I wouldn't underestimate the resiliency of children. And I guess what I tried to do was, as a parent, if you're asking for my advice, which I thought you might be doing at the beginning.
Always asking for advice.
What I tried to do as a parent was make sure that remains, that kind of flexibility, right? That ability to bounce from one very real emotion to another, which is what children do, right? They go from laughing to just screaming and crying like in seconds. And that's okay. I mean, if you take that away from them, they can't do it as an adult. And sometimes when you're crying, you need to be able to burst out laughing. Or when you're laughing, you need to be able to burst out crying at the same time, right? So, yeah.
You know, I was, you know, the Dictionary of Obscure Sorrows, Sherry?
Yeah.
No, I don't.
There we go.
But it looks like Abigail does.
Yeah, I was thinking of laicism earlier for the clarity of disaster.
Well, I was searching through it, trying to find a word for laughing and crying at the same time, and I can't find one.
There should be.
The only thing I found was medical pseudo-bulbar affect. Like, there's some kind of pathological description of inability to regulate certain affect. Yeah, so if someone knows a word for laughing and crying at the same time,
well,
not a pathological thing.
It's actually called the gift of tears in the Orthodox Church. And Tomberg talks about this, and because I've had a little bit of trauma in the last month, my brain is just a sieve. But if Nate's listening, he could maybe quote Tomberg for us on the idea of joy and sorrow. But that is the gift of tears in the Orthodox Church, and it's indicative of a place of holiness. I don't think it's like you haven't reached the peak of Mount Holy or anything, but you're well on your way when you experience it.
Oh, a good dose of mushrooms will get you there.
Well, that might be the accelerated version.
Lots of people walk away from it thinking they've had a conversation with God. So
yeah,
it's funny. Like, well, the degree to which one recognizes God certainly has to. I mean, like, what do you think you're recognizing? What are you comparing God to? You know, it's so strange when you think about it like that. Like, to recognize God is to claim that you were able to compare it within yourself and like somehow capture an understanding of it.
I actually think that when you recognize God, you're knowing something that you couldn't possibly ever know.
Well, that's the proper. That seems like the proper experience. It kind of blows you out of the water, literally.
I have to disagree with the like strict idea that kids are super flexible and like resilient and stuff, and then as adults we become
more fragile.
Because my experience has been exactly the opposite, because I grew up just dead inside from like the beginning, I think. And like I guess I was resilient because I wasn't feeling anything. And
well, what happened that like something has to break open, right? In order for
it to get better?
I think so.
Oh, yeah. Like then that was like only like a year and a half ago that as an adult that I did reach like a breaking point. And like now I'm like, oh, and I have like that like innocence and like joy and resilience and everything that you're supposed to have.
Yeah. Well, see, the thing is,
yeah,
you don't want to lose that though, Abigail.
Like,
right. You need to integrate the child into your adulthood.
Right. Yeah.
That is quintessentially the sage, right?
Yes.
That is what the sage is. The sage is the person who reaches adulthood and has integrated the child, not left it behind. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm I guess happy because even as a child I would always hear the stuff about like when you're growing up, you're gonna like be all dull and you like lose your imagination and it's awful and you're just life is all responsibility. And then come to find out that was basically how I was already as a child. Then only as an adult I have like a full human. But I think it has to do more with like how much love you're open to in your life than like your physical age. But I guess most kids are more open, and then that's why they're like that. But
I was reading something, and it was about like this article was about like how come some kids who grow up in like a faithful home will follow in their parents' faith, and how come some kids don't. And basically what it was kind of saying is that like a kid, they're always in their head, they're making like this model of the world, and then as they grow and new information comes into it, like that model has to like kind of be destroyed, and then they have to build another one. And the kids who end up like remaining or become like Christians as an adult, it's because they were able to like successfully break those models and like reconstruct it over and over. And I think if and if that's your learned behavior, then there's no reason why you can't continue doing that as an adult. Like, because that's how I feel. Like, I feel like I'm always being like exposed to a bigger and bigger world, and then I have to tear down some of the walls of my understanding, and then I'm creating a new model. And so, but if a kid has a very limited understanding, and then you just always placate that and
Oops. I can't hear you, Michael, if you can still hear me. Are you there, Abigail? Oh, you're still there. Okay. I wasn't sure if you were frozen.
I'm making blackout poetry. I've been doing it. It's like my new thing.
Blackout poetry? What's that?
Basically, you just take a page of a book or something and make some kind of poem or just like statement by sort of erasing the words around or painting over the words around the. And it's been the most healing thing because I take I've been taking whatever books I had left of like super strict like Christian stuff that had hurt me a lot in the past, and like that is expressing quite ugly like ideas about God, and then use those words and create some other message out of it that's good with those words, and then paint everything. It's really good. Like it's
Can you give us a sample?
Okay. So I have this book by A.W. Tozer, who seems to have some very good ideas and some very bad ones all mixed together, which is always how it is. It's awful. Let's see. Darkness and light are one, knit by life, sweet talking goddess which took the world by the hand, turned another world too fine for research, ours, accessible to us through love.
Can you read that one more time?
Darkness and darkness and light are one, knit by life, sweet talking goddess which took the world by the hand, turned another world too fine for research, ours, accessible to us through love. Thanks. And this was originally talking about how you can't make a compromise with other religions, and you should, and science is bad and stuff like that. Yeah. It's so satisfying.
So you're healing yourself and A.W. Tozer.
Yeah.
That's good. I read a really beautiful poem today. I went through a bunch of my things that I had saved on the internet, and I found a poem that I forgot that I had saved. It's called, do you want to hear it? It's just the two of us here. Let's see. It's called The Hound of Heaven.
Oh, Word of Heaven.
And it's written by Francis Thompson. I don't know what year he wrote it, but he was born in 1859 and died in 1907. It's a little long, but are you up for it?
Sure. And then I've probably got to go.
I'm going to go too, actually.
Yeah.
So that's perfect. We'll end on this then. Or you can go and I can just read it. You don't know. I fled him down the nights and down the days. I fled him down the arches of the years. I fled him down the labyrinthine ways of my own mind and in the mist of tears. I hid from him and under running laughter. And I'll probably end up crying reading this thing, okay? So just ignore me. I hid from him and under running laughter, up visted hopes I sped and shot, precipitated adown titanic glooms of chasmed fears from those strong feet that followed after. But with unhurrying chase and unperturbed pace, deliberate speed, majestic instancy they beat, and a voice beat more instant than the feet. All things betray thee who betrayest me. I pleaded outlaw-wise by many a hearted casement curtained red, trellised with intertwining charities. For though I knew his love who followed, yet I was sore adread lest having him, I must have naught beside. But if one little casement parted wide, the gust of his approach would clash it too. Fear wist not to evade, as love wist to pursue. Across the margent of the world I fled, and troubled the gold gateways of the stars, smiting for shelter on their clanged bars, fretted to dulcet jars and silvern chatter the pale ports of the moon. I said to dawn, be sudden, to eve, be soon. With thy young sky blossoms heap me over from this tremendous lover. Float thy vague veil about me lest he see. I tempted all his servitors, but to find my own betrayal in their constancy, in faith to him, their fickleness to me, their traitorous trueness and their loyal deceit. To all swift things for swiftness did I sue, clung to the whistling mane of every wind, and whether they swept smoothly fleet the long savannas of the blue, or whether thunder-driven, they clanged his chariot thwart a heaven, plashy with flying lightnings round the spurn of their feet. And there we go. Fear wist not to evade as love wist to pursue. Still with unhurrying chase and unperturbed pace, deliberate speed, majestic instancy, came on the following feet, and a voice above their beat. Naught shelters thee who wilt not shelter me. I sought no more that after which I strayed in face of man or maid, but still within the little children's eyes seems something that replies, they at least are for me, surely for me. I turned me to them very wistfully, but just as their young eyes grew sudden fair with dawning answers there, their angel plucked them from me by the hair. Come then, ye other children, natures, share with me, said I, your delicate fellowship. Let me greet you lip to lip. Let me twine with you caresses, wantoning with our Lady Mother's vagrant tresses, banqueting with her in her wind-walled palace, underneath her azure dais, quaffing as your taintless way is from a chalice, lucent weeping out of the dayspring. So it was done. I, in their delicate fellowship, was one. Drew the bolt of nature's secrecies. I knew all the swift importings on the willful face of skies. I knew how the clouds arise. Spumed of the wild sea snortings, all that's born or dies, rose and drooped with, made them shapers of my own moods, or wailful or divine, with them joyed and was bereaven. I was heavy with the even, when she lit her glimmering tapers round the day's dead sanctities. I laughed in the morning's eyes. I triumphed and I saddened with all weather. Heaven and I wept together, and its sweet tears were salt with mortal mine. Against the red throb of its sunset heart, I laid my own to beat and share commingling heat, but not by that. By that was eased my human smart. In vain my tears were wet on heaven's gray cheek. For we know not what each other says. These things and I, in sound I speak, their sound is but their stir. They speak by silences. Nature, poor stepdame, cannot slake my druth. Let her, if she would owe me, drop yon blue bosom veil of sky and show me the breasts of her tenderness. Never did any milk of hers once bless my thirsting mouth. Nigh and nigh draws the chase, with unperturbed pace, deliberate speed, majestic instancy, and past those noised feet, a voice comes yet more fleet. Lo, not contents thee, who contentest not me. Naked I wait thy love's uplifted stroke. My harness piece by piece thou hast hewn from me, and smitten me to my knee. I am defenseless utterly. I slept, methinks, and woke, and slowly gazing find me stripped in sleep. In the rash, lusty head of my young powers, I shook the pillaring hours, and pulled my life upon me. Grimed with smears, I stand amid the dust of the mounded years. My mangled youth lies dead beneath the heap. My days have crackled up and gone in smoke, have puffed and burst as sun starts on a stream. Yea, faileth now even the dream. The dreamer and the lute, the lutenist, even the linked fantasies in whose blossomy twist I swung the earth a trinket at my wrist, are yielding chords of all too weak account for earth with heavy griefs so overplussed. Ah, is thy love indeed a weed, albeit an amaranthine weed, suffering no flowers except its own to mount? Ah, must, designer infinite, ah, must thou char the wood ere thou canst limn with it? My freshness spent its wavering shower, I the dust, and now my heart is as a broken fount, wherein tear drippings stagnate, spilt down ever from the dank thoughts that shiver upon the sighful branches of my mind. Such is what is to be. The pulp so bitter, how shall taste the rind? I dimly guess what time in mists confounds, yet ever and anon a trumpet sounds from the hid battlements of eternity. Those shaken mists a space unsettle, then round the half-glimpsed turrets slowly wash again, but not ere him who summoneth I first have seen enwound, with glooming robes purpureal, cypress crowned. His name I know, and what his trumpet saith, whether man's heart or life it be which yields thee harvest, must thy harvest fields be dunged with rotten death. Now of that long pursuit comes on at hand the brute. That voice is round me like a bursting sea, and is thy earth so marred, shattered in shard on shard? Lo, all things fly thee, for thou fliest me. Strange, piteous, futile thing, wherefore should any set thee love apart? Seeing none, but I makes much of naught, he said, and human love needs human meriting. How hast thou merited, of all man's clotted clay, the dingiest clot? Alack, thou knowest not how little worthy of any love thou art. Whom wilt thou find to love ignoble thee, save me, save only me?
Wow, that's
All which I took from thee I did but take, not for thy harms, but just that thou mightest seek it in my arms. going to try to make it through the very end. Oh, which thy child's mistake fancies as lost, I have stored for thee at home. Rise, clasp my hand, and come. Halts by me that footfall, is my gloom after all, shade of his hand outstretched caressingly. Ah, fondest, blindest, weakest, I am he whom thou seekest. Thou dravest love from thee, who dravest me. Sorry about that. That last bit was God speaking to him. And when he says, that voice is round me like a bursting sea, and then it's God speaking. And is thy earth so marred, shattered in shard on shard? Lo, all things fly thee, for thou fliest me, or fleest me. Strange, piteous, futile thing, wherefore should any set thee love apart? Seeing none but I makes much of naught, he said. And human love needs human meriting. How hast thou merited? Of all man's clotted clay, the dingiest clot? Alack, thou knowest not how little worthy of any love thou art. Whom wilt thou find to love ignoble thee? Save only me. All which I took from thee I did but take, not for thy harms, but just that thou mightst seek it in my arms.
It's very beautiful, except for the part where God says you're ignoble and you don't deserve to be loved, because I don't think that's the way he looks at us.
Well, no, he's in the poet's words. You have to remember that he says, and human love needs human meriting, but how hast thou merited? Like there's, as you can't earn this. This is given freely. That's what it's saying.
Yeah. It gets taken so wrong so often, to where people are in your classic abusive relationship with God, where it's like, well, I'm horrible, but.
This is written by a man named Francis Thompson. I think he was a Catholic priest, actually. For those who are asking. Yeah, Francis Thompson. It's called The Hound of Heaven, and it's just the most incredible thing I've ever read, to be honest.
Yeah, that was an extraordinary poem.
Mm-hmm.
And Abigail, you were right, I think, from your perspective, but the cry in there is from someone who has looked back on a long life of mistakes.
Yeah, I can see. Yeah,
you'll get there. We'll all get there at some point. We'll look back on our lives and we'll think, "Wow, wow."
It's like a symphony, in a way.
Well, I don't. It is strange. We do inflict this on each other. We condemn each other, and then it develops that abusiveness. But there is also
ourselves and think that God condemns us.
Yeah. Well, there's something. Well, how do you reach someone who's in that place, though? That's the question. Like, how do you actually get to them when they don't?
Well, I think that we'll all think that everything we've ever said or done was just like straw, like St. Thomas Aquinas did, where it's said that he said that, that just burn everything that I've ever written because it's all straw, right? He had some kind of mystical experience. And I think that it's not because he was wrong, because we like to think of it in terms of the right and wrong, but it's just that it's much bigger than you could imagine.
Right.
The more you zoom out, the more it changes perspective. Right?
Yeah.
Which is what you get at the end, right? You get that sudden collapse, that revelatory, like reliving of your entire life all at once. Isn't that what everyone describes?
Yeah, when your life flashes before your eyes,
Mm-hmm.
that kind of thing.
I've experienced something like it.
Yeah.
It's like a compiler. It's like it's like shows you things. It teaches you things about, well, it like condenses trajectories of activity. It's really fascinating.
Yeah.
That's what our dreams do.
I often think of you, Tyler, because I remember you talking about the subconscious. I think it was you that mentioned it, and I've stolen it a few times. Talked about the subconscious.
No speakable content could be
Whoops,
found on the screen.
what the heck? My iPad's
Ineffable. It's ineffable, Sherry. It's saying it's ineffable.
Help! My technology's out of control. No, you said something about the subconscious being like a little backpack, and you're carrying it on your back, and it's getting filled up with all kinds of stuff, and you don't know really what's in there, right? Mm-hmm. And that's how I think about dreams, because and this is interesting. I think this is super interesting because we don't think in words. We think in words because we express ourselves in words, but we actually think in images. Okay. And it's images that relay the most information to us always. That's why we have the saying, a picture is worth what? Right? So when
wait. Have you met someone with aphantasia who claims that they can't see any inner mental images?
I have heard of it. Okay. But let's just say that's probably quite rare.
I know two of them.
Okay.
Oh, no, keep going. Keep going though. Sorry.
So when we dream, so I would like to know how they dream. Do they dream in paragraphs, or do they dream in images? Or do they dream?
So, well, you tell me. All right. So let's do this.
Because let me finish my thought. Because when we dream in images. So we get, you wake up and you go, I just have the weirdest dream, because the images don't cohere. They might cohere in a sentence if they were given the opportunity to be one, but they don't cohere as an image, right? And so it seems like random images, and we're I'll give you an example. I had a dream as a kid that the Jolly Green Giant was chasing me. The vegetable guy.
All right, well, let's make a dream real quick. Okay, let's make a dream. Let's keep it simple. Something we probably definitely share in common. So imagine a cup of any kind, your choice, something that holds liquid, and just imagine it. What does your mind do with it? And don't let go of it. Just imagine it. How do you experience more of that?
More of
Describe
what?
it. Of that cup. What's going on in your head? Close your eyes and focus on the concept of the cup, or keep it open, however it is to visualize. What is it to hold that image, the idea of the cup? So in my head, I see an image. It's shifting. It's not the same cup. It keeps changing. It's a red Solo cup. It's a mug. I can make it stop. I can hold it on a mug. Now it's got lettering on it. World's Greatest Dad, because it's funny, right?
Because that's what you're looking for.
Yeah.
You always wanted those.
Well, I do have one.
Just kidding.
I didn't buy it for myself, I promise. But all of a sudden, randomly, I just noticed a relationship between mugs and Tauruses, and then all of a sudden, I'm connected to mathematics and psychology, right? So there's this weird kind of the network is connected. The entirety of the network is connected to the entirety of itself.
Yeah.
And this, dreams. What is it that outside of the imagistic aspect of the cup, where else is that connected? How is that connecting? How did I get to math? Right? How did the image of the cup go to math? Like there's all this structure underneath, all this incredible structure that's not imagistic. It's like relational, but not imagistic. It's felt like.
Okay, well, you didn't answer my question though. So the person with this problem who doesn't see images, how do they dream? In paragraphs or numbers?
Well, so what I was trying to do is describe that part of the feeling of conceptual space, because that's what they say when I ask them. Yeah, they say it's more like I'm just like I'm understanding the logical relationships between things. So they say like when I want to go get a drink of water, I just understand. I just kind of understand that I have to do something to go get water. And there's this relationship between like thirst and water and cup and all that. I'm like imagining myself walking to the place where I get the water, right? I'm visualizing all these complex processes of creating a drink.
Yeah, but you know, like because I have very like my dream life was part of my my journey. Like it wasn't just like I didn't just dream. I was journeying with my dreams, and I journeyed together, and they were like stepping stones. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. So I actually got pretty good at that, at doing both those things that you were just talking about, where I have the image, but then I get the understanding because of the relationship between the images.
Yes, exactly. Okay, so what I think is going on is you think of consciousness like a spotlight. It's not a perfect analogy, but what you're doing is when you're paying attention to something, you're moving a little spotlight around. It's not concentrated sometimes in one spot, but it's diffused through this entire sensory apparatus, but you're gathering it together into a unitary sense. Your attention is gathering it into a focal point. Not everyone is able to see different parts of the inner space, right? You could think of it as though like maybe they have their right arm tied behind their back. They would never see their right arm or think to be able to do anything with their right arm. But if they untie it and they suddenly had a right arm, they'd be aware of it and they'd start thinking thoughts about their right arm and they'd be using it. The same thing is true for the inner space, or maybe breathing is a better example. Children, when they come into the world, breathing is perfectly autonomic. So they have no control over it whatsoever. In fact, they have reflexive stuff. Like you can blow in their face and they'll stop breathing. They'll hold their breath. That's to protect themselves from drowning. But as they age and as we get older, like we realize with our conscious kind of spotlight awareness that we can attune ourselves to the act of breathing and change it, like voluntarily adjust it. And we can actually change, like we can do that more and more, right? So we can gain greater and greater control over different parts of our body by attuning ourselves to it. Yeah. And that's why you get weird stuff like, you know, people specializing in everything you can imagine. Read Conversations with God and Uncommon. Okay, should we do that right now?
just there was just like an influx of comments, so I thought I'd share those.
Yeah.
But
yeah, it's kind of
while we were talking about all that, I don't know what does this mean, Tyler? What is lacunae?
Just a space, a gap. It's in the next sentence, and gaps found in this.
Okay. Via focusing on the gaps. Okay, so that's right. Actually, when I think about it, that's what I'm doing when I'm interpreting dreams.
Yeah.
Some things though remain mysterious to me. Some of the dreams remain mysterious, but yeah. And the other thing is, what I find interesting about dreams, Tyler, is when people reflect them back to you, they'll really insist on certain things, like, and to the listener, they're dumb things, right? They're like stupid, dumb things, like, and it was really shiny, or, you know, it was, and we were all sinking, you know, or it was hot. It was really, really hot, or it was really, really cold, or, Anyway, and those are the things that when I'm listening to someone talking about their dream, those are the things that I jump from that to the next emphasis, right? Because it's those emphatic points in the dream. There's a little hint to anybody listening to people's dreams. You get really good at hearing what they put the emphasis on when they're telling it, right? And it doesn't matter what they leave out, because they'll always include the thing that's the most important when they tell the dream. Yeah.
Well, maybe, I don't know. With like, I think that used to be true, but there's something that's creeping into like it's like a false sense of self-awareness. Like the idea of dream interpretation, or like how one presents one's dream, is so saturated in the space that people begin to there's no longer they're no longer like authentically expressing.
Maybe it's just because people write everything in short text form.
It could be also, and I'm sure it's a bunch of stuff, but
like just a short attention span or something like that.
Well, I think it's the idea that you have to manipulate this inner experience and craft it in a certain way so that you're presenting it to the network so it can be like judged for likes or
I see.
relevance.
Yeah, but what if you're just having this conversation with a close friend, like just one-on-one?
Well, so this is what I'm like, I see it in younger children. This is what I mean. Like even their regular interactions are framed in this. Like
so they always have this audience.
Yeah, exactly. They're always in audience mode. They're always broadcasting to their friend group. They're copying all the memes that they see on YouTube.
They have no privacy in their mind.
I don't know. I don't have access to their private, like one-on-one experiences as children. I'm assuming there's got to be like human nature. Children are resilient in that sense. I think they keep always trying, at least some of them are always trying to escape the constraints, whatever they are. Like that's what I was doing. I hate culture.
Yeah, but it has been said that this generation has, like, of young people, has been the most compliant ever. I remember listening to somebody in a conversation, and I can't remember with who, but they were talking about how during mask wearing, for example, when it was up for debate, the kids thought that the dad should be wearing a mask, and he was astounded that they would be so compliant. Like he said to them, "Are you kidding me? Like when I was your age, I would have never worn that mask." Right? Yep. But now the tables have turned. Well, I mean, he's coming out of the generation of rebellious, well, the so-called rebellious teenager, which he seemed to think has gone by the wayside.
Well, that's because yeah. Well, that direct sense of rebelliousness is what you were trying to point to me with advice earlier, I think. Like just the obedience that needs to take place. And what's happening now is all the kids think that they are engaged in a rational process of like agreeing with like wise statements.
Maybe, yeah.
But they're just being controlled by the limbic system. It's fear, uncertainty, doubt, or like hyper certainty, which is this like it's hype, it's excitement, right? It's like do this, it's amazing, do this, or no bad. It's like very puritanical. It's very interesting.
Yeah, it is really interesting. Because I came out of, like, I was a teenager in the 70s, right, where it was just like it was just total counter revolution to anything that was happening, which wasn't necessarily great either. But I always tell young people, we need your rebellion. We need you to do that. We need you to push it on the boundaries of the rigidity, right? That's happening. And see, what you can break down and what's going to remain, kind of thing. But Gavin says it's the fluoride in the water.
It's the fluoride in the internet. Oh, look, we've got a
yeah, I see that. I don't know how to get rid of it. How do you get rid of it? Let me see here. Block.
I don't have any powers, so
there we go. I did it.
Nice.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna have to sign off here because we're having a blizzard right now, and Still haven't fed the sheep. I have to go break the ice off the water for the chickens because I think it's like minus 23 or something like that right now. Celsius.
Well, I won't tell you to have fun.
It's not going to be fun. And we both looked at each other and said, yeah, we'll just wait a little.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I have to
Do you
go.
hate when you wait a little and it gets worse?
Yeah. Well, that's what it did. Yeah. I thought it was going to clear up, but yeah. And it's windy. And so when it's windy and minus 23, it's a lot colder.
Well, thanks for spending some time with me, Sherry.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm hoping to do another one of these actually. This is already 4 hours. Holy crap. I was hoping to do another one tonight with Luke Johnston. So if you're around, you should join us.
Tonight I have stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. I got about 3 hours of meetings.
All right. Well, it seems like mornings are a good time to get people in here. So that's cool.
Yeah. Yeah. I have a lot more free time during the day.
Yeah. All right. Well, thanks everybody for joining us. And I'm going to end this now.